table. Game ball.
Todd, give me game ball. Eric, we need to collect all the balls. Yeah. Braverman and Middlewich. Just gonna call him $10,000. Yeah. Nothing, we're good. X is 0. Yeah, X is 0. Okay. I was wrong. This court has no talent. I was wrong. That was the last one. It's like, you know, ball. Okay, I need a program book. I need a program book.
Live? We good? Are we live? Welcome to the kickoff of the 2025, the 16th annual Memphis Yeshiva Invitational Tournament. We are here live on Court 1 where we have the number 20 seed Yeshiva of Greater Washington Knights versus the number 13 seed JEC Thunder. This is going to be a great matchup. This is a preliminary game matchup. The winner of this will advance to the primary Tier 1 bracket. And we are just getting ready to start here. There was a slight clock-related issue. But we are going to be starting here momentarily. We have for the Yeshiva of Greater Washington Knights, this is the first time that they'll be participating in the event, led by Rabbi Ezra Baldinger, their head coach. The Yeshiva of Greater Washington has built a nice program for themselves in the basketball, though they are certainly far more well-known for their outstanding Talmidei Chachamim who come from the program. JC Thunder, also a wonderful group of young men, coming back to the tournament for the first time since, I believe, 2016, looking to really compete. And we are going to get ready to start here momentarily. And apparently part of the issue here. You can hear me? It's working? How do I know if I'm... Check. Check. Okay. We were missing the clicker here to get the game started on the scoreboard, but we're about to get started here. The JEC Thunder are led by relatively new head coach, Ellie Gruenberg. And we are ready to get started here. The Knights of the Yeshiva of Greater Washington in the navy blue, the JEC Thunder in white. And we are just about ready to tip off here. And JEC gets the tip. Bringing the ball up to the court is Ellie Krause. A little bit of mid-court pressure by the Knights. JC easily works the ball around the outside, swings to the corner. There's a three. That's going to be short. A great rebound inside by Yoni Hill, who rebounds and puts it right back up. And just like that, JC is on the board. Here come the Knights. The Knights bring the ball up the court, led by Yakov Radner. Calming down the point is Akiva Raven, Yeshiva, the Greater Washington Knights leading scorer. The Knights move the ball beautifully. Dribble drive to the outside. The Knights are going to swing the ball around the top. There's Raven taking the ball to the basket hard. Looked like he might have gotten a little push. No call. Rebounded by Eli Krause, and here come the Thunder. Great pass down low, stolen away by Yakov Radner. JC retains control of the ball. And an unforced turnover, unfortunately there by Eli Krause. Little miscommunication under the basket. Would have been a great look underneath. Krause saw one of his teammates underneath the basket. There's a take to the basket by number 30, Yakov Radner. Takes the ball hard to the basket. He is fouled and will go to the free throw line for two. Yakov Radner averaged a shade under 24 points a game last season. That was not Akiva Raven. That was in fact Yakov Radner. Will step up. First free throw is off slightly. The Thunder still lead 2-0. Radner for the second free throw. It's up, and that's in. And the Knights are on the board. 2-1 JEC early on. Eli Krause will control the offense. Court is spread. The Knights are operating out of a 1-3-1 defense. Great look down low. Yoni Hill has it, goes to the middle. The big man spins and lays it up beautifully. 4-1 JEC. The Knights handle the pressure with no problem at all. And they are up the court, looking to get into the offense. A little trap in the corner, into the basket, a little scooping up, and a travel called on Lucy Schwechter. Very nice move. A little baseline Euro step, but unfortunately took one too many on that one. Again, a little 1-3-1 pressure, and there's a steal in the open court. Left-handed layup off the mark. Lucy Schwechter just a bit short on the left-handed layup. Beautiful steal. But listen, it's the first game of the tournament. There's some nerves. Everybody will settle down. JC still up 4-1. And again, and a great look inside by Eli Krause. Eli Krause is managing the offense for the JC Thunder beautifully. The 1-3-1, easy, always attacking the corners on the baseline is how you beat the 1-3-1. JC clearly knows how to do that. That was a three-pointer by Devin Mayer Tyberg. Slightly off, rebound and put back by the Knights, and we have 4-3, a little bit halfway through the first quarter. JC swings the ball. Big man swings it out. A nice little stop and go. Back to the big man, swings out to Eli Krause, who will settle things down for the offense. JC very patient. That's a three. What a shot! Now I have to apologize. I'm not sure who that guy is. That was Aaron Rosazeta. 7-3 JEC. And that is a long bomb by Akiva Raven. Welcome to Memphis. 7-6, and just like that, the Knights are back in the game. The Knights pull back into the 1-3-1. JC handles the pressure easily, swings to the corner. Nice little stop and go. Great trap down low. There's Razazeta, another three, and another one is in. Back-to-back threes for Aaron Razazeta. JC up 10-6, and now the scoring starts to heat up a little bit. JC switches into a man. Superstar Akiva Raven guarded by Eli Krause. And we have a foul on Jonathan Veit. Listen, Veit got the assignment of guarding Raven. That's going to be a tough matchup for anybody. Raven is so shifty in the lane. That'll be 2 team fouls for the Thunder. The Knights yet to go to, the Thunder yet to go to the free throw line. The Knights are going to inbound the ball under the basket. Great pass, penetrating 3. Oh, Raven looks it off. Great decision. There's a 3. And a rebound, and here comes Ellie Krause controlling the offense. Nice crossover. Ellie's going to look to penetrate. Great take, looking right into the big man, swing the ball. That's a wide open 3. By Aaron Foyberg, slightly off, and here come the Knights back. They get the ball up the court quickly to the free throw line, big man Jacobson, and just a little short. Great offense by the Knights. I got to tell you, having been involved in this tournament for almost 16 years, this might be the best jersey matchup I've ever seen. The Thunder sporting what looks like a lightning bolt in their well-known blue and orange. The Knights wearing a Kentucky-esque uniform with a little bit of a different color scheme, but excellent uniform to start the tournament. Swing to the corner. Great take into the middle. That's 2 points for Aaron Foyberg. Very nice shot, and it is 12-6. JC beginning to extend the lead just a bit. Let's see how the Knights respond. Back to Jacobson. This time the big man is slightly off, but another great move, and here comes JC. Razazada takes the ball hard to the basket. Ooh, Akiva Raven gets down the court quickly to swipe at that ball. Gets called for the foul on the arm. For those watching at home, I can let you know that on court 2, the Maimonides MCats lead JDS for Maryland 8-4. There's a bucket, and the lead extended now to 7, 13-6. There's a steal by Razazada, takes it the length of the court, up and in, and it is now 14-6, and the Knights are forced to call a timeout. With 2 minutes, 40 seconds left in the first quarter, the Thunder lead the Knights 16-6. We'll be right back in a minute, full timeout. We are back live here. It is 18-9 Thunder. About 2 minutes left in the first quarter. Looks like both teams have settled down now. The Thunder in a man-to-man offense. Looks like they are switching on everything. Poked away by Noam Katan. And the Knights will inbound the ball. Kiva Raven is going to run the point. Guarded in a man-to-man is number 4, Ellie Krause. Poked away, and it's going to stay here with the Knights ball. To the game for the Knights is Rafi Marciano. Coming out of the game is Lucy Schwechter will come out and take a break.
Have them come over here so I can see them. I can't see them. Yeah, make sure I see them.
The Knights will inbound the ball. Ball swings to the corner. Nice little stutter step, swings out. Raven looks to shoot. Raven resets. That's 3. Just off the back iron. Rebound now. And do we have a jump? Jump ball called. Izzy K and Yakov Radner get tied up. And the Knights will inbound the ball under the basket. Great take by Yakov, and a swat from behind by the big man, Binyamin Dombek. But then a quick turnover. Great swat from behind. Here come the Knights. They swing it up the court. Good trap defense. Razazeta attacks on top. Now Razazeta switches on to Akiva Raven. Good takes, stopping up. Beautiful shot by David Mayer-Tyberg, and it is 18-11. These Knights will not go away. JC is trying to extend the lead and put this game behind them, but the Knights are fighting hard. The Knights have now also moved into a straight man-to-man, pressuring Razazeta from the top of the key. Pump fake, steps back. Razazeta goes to the basket hard with the left hand, and a foul is called on the ground. That's going to be a foul on David Mayer-Tyberg. He is taking Razazeta, who has been a shifty point guard at the outset here. Now this is interesting. JEC lining up with a very interesting inbounds play here. They're actually setting up right in front of the Knights bench. Little swing out, and there's a little bucket up and missed by Michael Schnorr. Rebound the Knights. It's going to stay going the Knights. This JEC defense is ferocious at the outset, but the Knights will inbound the ball. I will tell you, for the faithful at home watching the Yeshiva Greater Washington, I understand the 7-point deficit is probably a little disappointing, but Raven has not really gotten started yet. Akiva Raven hits a couple threes, and Greater Washington's right back in this game. But Ellie Krause is all over Raven, picking him up pretty much half court. Oh, there's a 3 at the buzzer. It is short. Razazeta rebounds, and as we finish the first quarter, the JEC Thunder of Elizabeth, New Jersey lead the Yeshiva Greater Washington Knights 18-11. We'll be back in just a few minutes from the Memphis Sports and Events Center in Memphis, Tennessee. We are back now at the start of the second quarter here in this first game preliminary matchup between the number 20 seed Yeshiva of Greater Washington Knights, the number 13 seed Jewish Educational Center JEC Thunder, live from Memphis, Tennessee, and the 2025 Memphis Yeshiva Invitational. The winner of this game will face the number 4 seed Hillel Yeshiva of Ocean, New Jersey in the first round of the tournament. So this is an important game. These guys fighting to get to the big dance, and right off the bat, Rosa Zeta starts right where he picked up with a 3, and JEC climbs out 21-11. Radner takes the ball to the basket, swings it out, they move it around, Schwechter with the ball. Schwechter's gonna look to reset. There's a 3 from long range. Yaakov Radner comes right back with a 3. 21-14 as the teams exchange 3-point baskets to get this game started. Krause is going to control the offense for the Thunder. Great pass inside. Beautiful pick and drop. Very nice bucket by Izzy K off the assist from Ellie Krause. The Thunder will now move to full court pressure. I'm not exactly sure what happened here. Oh, an inbound violation by the Knights. They stepped over the line. The ball goes back to the Thunder. Great take. No call. And here come the Knights. The Knights push the ball up the court. Tyberg wide open for 3. Just a bit short. Rebound by the big man, Izzy K. And here comes Krause. Krause looks up the court. Razazeta. Ooh, Razazeta gets fouled, and I will tell you that. And in for the game for the Knights is Akiva Raven. Yaakov Radner is going to take a break. Knights inbound the ball. They swing it. Razazeta is going to control the offense up top. Over to Krause in the corner. Krause looks. Great pass inside to the big fella. The big fella. Izzy K with the bucket and the foul. And he'll go to the line for the 3-point play. JEC extends the lead 25-14. The Thunder with a beautiful offense going inside out. The guards dropping the ball down low to the bigs. Izzy K does not complete the 3-point play. And here come the Knights. Akiva Raven's going to control the offense. Krause all over him at half court. There's a swing back to Akiva Raven. Akiva Raven takes the ball to the basket, and he's going to be fouled by the big man, Izzy K. Raven will go to the line to shoot 2. Aaron Rosazeta sporting some interesting shorts in today's game. A little bit like the Kobe Mamba shorts, or maybe a little Gucci, I'm not sure, but very nice. Very nice shorts. Akiva Raven will step to the line to shoot 2. The first one is up. And it's in. 25-15. Into the game for JEC is Aaron Foyberg. I will tell you that I was at the hotel last night when these teams arrived. Had the opportunity to spend some time with them. Great, great kids. Great kids, great coaches. Just a pleasure to be around. So these respective schools should be very, very proud of your kids, and polite and gracious. Just really great group of kids. Akiva Raven knocks down both of those free throws. 25-16, 6 minutes left until halftime. Great take to the basket. Ooh, and I think might have been a foul there, but no foul called, and here comes Raven. Raven pushes the ball on the break. Raven versus Razazeta, and a foul is called. Razazeta goes up to block the shot. Raven very shifty in the air, adjusts his body, and gets the foul call. Raven will go back to the free throw line where he just hit 2, seeing if he can get this down to a 7-point game. And getting ready to check in is Noam Katan. Razazeta. First shot by Akiva Raven is short. And the second free throw for Akiva Raven is up and good.
concentrating, okay?
25-17. Thunder move the ball. Razazeta at the top of the key. Great pass down low to the big man. Up and in! Izzy K dominating down low. And listen, you got to give credit to Izzy K for finishing those buckets. But, I mean, Razazeta and Kraus are just setting him up with the penetration. They draw the defender. They kick down low. Beautiful offense. The Thunder really putting on a clinic here. The Knights are going to have to find something to stop that offense. There's a take to the basket, a little bit short. The Knights grab the ball. Here comes Akiva Raven. He's going to push the ball up the court. Raven guarded by Razazeta. That's a wide open three. That is up and off by Yakov Radner. Ball bounces out of bounds, and the Thunder will retain possession. Ellie Kraus about to check back in. Michael Schnorr is going to take a little break. I have been really impressed with the guard play of JC. Ellie Kraus and Aaron Razazeta have just been playing beautifully. They're going to work that ball around the outside. They're in a 5-out set. Here comes the curve. Great pass down low. Good anticipation by Lucy Schwechter, who stuck his hand in there, poked the ball away. Here comes Rovner. Let's see if they, here comes Raven. Let's see if they can capitalize. Raven hard to the basket. Beautiful cut to the basket. And just like that, 27-19. Raven beginning to heat up. He's got all the points for the Greater Washington Knights in this quarter. There's a long three by Dovie Schreiber. JC retains the ball. Sub. Lots of mass substitutions into the game. Yoni Hill comes into the game. Jonathan Veit comes into the game. Lucy Schwechter comes out of the game. Noam Katan. Thunder inbounds the ball. Razazeta is going to control the offense. Little two-man game with Kraus. Kraus in the corner for three. Kraus is up. Ring him up for three. Ellie Kraus, and it's 30-19 JEC. Hey, there's no question that Coach Gruenberg read the scouting reports on the Knights. They are all over Akiva Raven, pretty much three-quarter length court. Radner stuck under the basket. There's Raven. Raven, great pass inside to the big fella Jacobson, who cannot finish. Here comes Razazeta. He gets the ball up the court. Noam Katan, up and in. Beautiful fast break, 32-19, 3.5 left. Again, Razazeta up on Raven. Looks like they're about to set a trap. There's a trap. And there is and almost a beautiful steal by Yoni Hill. A little bit of the body. Greater Washington looks a little bit gassed. The Thunder. The Knights will inbound the ball. Yakov Radner to run the offense. Radner takes the ball all the way to the basket, left-handed, up, and a foul on the ground. Great take by Yakov Radner. The foul is on Aaron Foiberg. I don't know if you can hear at home. I'm hearing screams from Rabbi Baldinger of Omaha, little reminiscent of Peyton Manning and the Indianapolis Colts. Good take by Raven in the lane. One-footed launch. Beautiful. Akiva Raven with another bucket. Akiva Raven is having himself a quarter, single-handedly holding the Knights in this game, but it is 32-21. Little under 3 minutes left here in the second quarter. Fight for three from the top of the key, a little bit short. Big man tries to follow. Raven's got the ball. Oh, and they poke it in. Foiberg pokes it in there. Kraus gets the ball. A little bit of a frustration foul by Akiva Raven. You can't get on him, though. Raven is playing his heart out. I mean, Raven is just doing everything he possibly can, and that's not to diminish the play of his teammates. I mean, his teammates are playing excellent. It's a JEC team that plays hard. They play together. And we have a timeout here with about 2 minutes, 40 seconds left in the second quarter. The Yeshiva of Greater Washington Knights 21, the Jewish Educational Center Thunder 32. We'll be back in just a minute live from Memphis, Tennessee. And here we are back live. JEC will control the offense. Ellie Krause with the ball. Revazeta, pump fake, swings it out. Krause for three. A nice pump fake, takes it to the hole, up in just a bit long. Here comes the Knights. Yaakov Radner pushes the ball. He's going to pull it back out. Radner for three, just a bit short. Rebound by Krause. Here come the Thunder. The Thunder are going to push the ball. Great steal by Radner. Gets his hand up. Beautiful anticipation. The Knights work the ball around. Very patient on offense. Very well coached. Not getting flustered by the score. Staying in their offense. And that's going to be a foul on Aaron Foyberg, number 22 for the Thunder. That's going to be his third foul. And I'm sorry, Mr. Tyberg, that is, Devin Mayer Tyberg, the senior forward from the Greater Washington Knights, step up for the free throw. First shot is up, and it's a bit short. Into the game are Liana Ravitz, and you know what? I don't know that these names are correct. Oh yes, JJ Lenara-Ravitz comes in, his first appearance in the game. Tyberg for the second free throw. That one is likewise short off the front iron. JC comes up the court fast, right in the game. JJ Liana-Ravitz in the game for not even 3 seconds and knocks down the big corner three. Where's that secret weapon been hiding? Nice little pick and pop by the Greater Washington Knights. Tyberg gets stuck on the baseline. Beautiful move. Poked away. Here comes the big fella. Stolen away. Ooh, and a foul call. Yoni Hill with a head of steam coming up the court. That is a foul. That is a foul on Lucy Schwechter. And after the first free throw, checking in for the Greater Washington Knights is Tuvia Jacobson and Yitzchak Eisenstadt making their first appearances in the game. First free throw here for Yoni Hill is up. It is long. And into the game. Coming out of the game is Schwechter and Aryeh Mond are going to step out. It is 35-21 here in game one, round one of the Memphis Invitational. Second shot for Yona Hill is up and good. And JEC extends their lead now, 36-21. Full court pressure by Krause. And Radner takes care of it with no problem, swings it out, but Krause right back there to get his hand on the ball. Does not give up on the play, gets beat in the open court, but then gets his hand in. And that will be a travel on Yaakov Radner at the top of the key. And here comes Ellie Krause. JC in a 5-out set. Nice little pick and pop. Swing the ball. Let's see what JEC does. Let's go. And there's a three. Big rebound by the big fella, Yoni Hill, the 6-foot senior. 38-21. About 30 seconds left until halftime. Radnor will control the offense. Kraus is all over him, like white on rice, as they say. Shot is a little bit short, and here come the Thunder. Kraus is going to push the ball. Radnor, great defense. Good pass down low, picked off. Here come the Knights. Great defense by the Knights. Radnor handles the defense by Kraus. Gets the ball over. We have about 10 seconds left. Yakov Radnor will control the offense. Great pass down low. Just off, and half-court heave off the front iron. And at the end of the first half, JEC leads the Yeshiva of Greater Washington Knights 38-21. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Okay, I got the announcer muted here.
Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 check. Check.
My apologies for the lateness. There was a little injury on another court, but we are hold on. We are back here. It is 41-26 Thunder. A dribble drive and a travel on number 30, Yakov Radner. 18-point game. Certainly not insurmountable, but if the Knights are going to make a run, now is certainly the time for that to happen. Ball swings down low. The big man, Yona Hill, he has really been dominating. Great pass to Razazeta. Razazeta takes to the basket. He is fouled by Lucy Schwechter. Foul on number 21, Lucy Schwechter for the Knights. Going to the line will be Aaron Razazeta. I will tell you, this is the first time I have seen JEC play. Been very impressed with Razazeta, with Kraus, Hill. You know what, to be honest with you, I've been impressed with the whole team. They've been playing great. I mean, each of these guys, they know their role. They come in, they play great, play within a system. Coach Gruenberg has these guys playing well and doing everything they need to do to advance to the next round. Razazeta for the second free throw, that's off the back iron. Rebounded by Aryeh Mond, and here come the Knights. Kiva Raven with the crisscross, up and in, a little over the front of the rim. Good pass, can we get it in? In to fight, a little alley-oop, and that is missed, and here come the Knights again. Tempo has certainly picked up in the last 20, 30 seconds. There's a three ball by Raven. Off the glass. For all of you at home, I can tell you he called that. I heard him call glass. Beautiful shot. 44-29 JEC. Razazeta fight. Top of the key. Down low to the big fella, Yoni Hill. Yoni's going to post up. Oh, and then there's a foul down low. Razazeta and Raven get tied up. The call is going to be on Raven. Raven's third foul. He's got to be careful. They certainly do not want to have to sit him down. And a timeout is called by the Knights. A full timeout. The Knights will go to talk it over. This has been a fast-paced game. The Thunder have controlled the game for most of the game. The Thunder have been in control. In the first quarter, the Thunder jumped out to a quick 10-point lead. After that, the Knights clawed their way back, got it as close as 6 points, but the lead has extended from there. And as we look here, we can see the huddles of the two teams here at the beautiful Memphis Sports and Event Center. You can also see our scorers table here set up in the booth. And I think right now at this point, Coach Gruenberg is going to have to be thinking about obviously winning this game and advancing to the next round. But if JEC wins, they're going to play again later this afternoon, early evening. So at some point, you imagine he's got to be thinking about conserving the energy of some of his starters, making sure they win this game, but not wearing out his starters for what likely is going to be a fierce matchup against home state rival, the Hillel Heat of Ocean, New Jersey. So now we are back in live action, about 5.5 minutes left in the third quarter. The Knights will inbound the ball under the, the Thunder will inbound the ball under the basket. Top of the key to Razazeta. And Kraus will slow things down up top. Nice interior post to the big fella. Kraus is going to be back out, and Gruenberg calling plays from the sidelines. Ball swings, poked out by Akiva Raven. Akiva Raven has been very impressive at the outset, both on the offensive and defensive end of the courts. Ball swings. There's a 3-ball by Razazeta off the front iron. Rebound up and in. Great play by Aaron Foyberg. The rebound and the putback. 46-29 JEC. Radner with the ball up top. Swing the ball. JC in it looks like almost a matchup zone. That's a 3-ball. Looked good from his hands. Great look by Aryeh Mon. Did not fall. And here come the Thunder. And another great look by Aaron Foyberg. That one did not fall. The Thunder gets the rebound. Foyberg for 3. He misses, and at 3 seconds in the lane, that'll be a turnover for JEC. In for the game is Michael Schnorr and Izzy K coming back in the game. Yoni and Yonatan, the 2 Yonis coming out. Yoni Hill and Yonatan fight to get some air. Kraus and Razazeta up top pressuring the ball. Kraus all over Akiva Raven. Akiva Raven does not seem to be flustered by it. Great move by Tyberg. Penetrate, stop short, jump shot. Here comes Schnorr. Schnorr with the crossover. Swings it out. Great look. Razazeta under the basket. Swings back out. Wide open 3. That one is short by Aaron Foyberg. Kraus will take his, nope, he brings it back. Very heady play by Kraus. Great pass into Razazeta. Razazeta up under the basket. Misses, gets zone rebound. Up and again for a bucket. Razazeta playing great. And the lead extends to 19 here in the waning minutes of the third quarter. Radner will control the offense. There's a long 3 by Devin Mayer Tyberg, short off the rim. And a turnover by Aaron Razazeta. Looks like he might have gotten hit, might have gotten popped. That's what forced the turnover. Kiva Raven runs to the other side of the court to grab his yarmulke that fell off. He's got the yarmulke back on, and now the Knights are back in their offensive action. Raven with the ball. This Raven-Kraus matchup has been a good one for us to watch. There's a nice, and a travel by Yaakov Radner. I'll tell you, in the NBA, that would not have been a travel, but at the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational, that little jump stop is a travel. And I know he's frustrated with that call, but that was the right call. Wide open, short, off the side of the backboard. Raven with the rebound. Here they come pushing the ball. Raven stops up, short off the front iron. Razazeta tries a little spin move. He misses it. Raven sets up again. Raven looking. He's looking to score. And listen, with 19-point deficit, this is what he's got to do. Raven will take the ball, stop short off one leg. One-legger off the backboard. Raven's second kiss off the backboard of the quarter. 48-31, 17-point game. Kraus will run the offense again. Over to Razazeta, who's wide open for 3. Ring it up. Bing, bing, bing. 51-31. This is the first 20-point lead of the game. Some players coming to the table to substitute in. Again, Raven is going to run the offense. Raven for 3. Short. Razazeta with the rebound. Raven tries to poke it out. Here comes Razazeta. He pushes the ball hard. Great look inside. And Razazeta is going to look to restart. Kraus. Wide open is Aaron Foyberg again. I mean, those shots, they look great off his hand. Just a bit short. Here comes Raven. Raven will stop up. Raven was from beyond the NBA arc. Great pass. Good poke away by Tuvia Jacobson, who gets his hand in there at the last minute to save what was certainly going to be a layup for the JEC Thunder. Raven's going to take a seat and get some rest. For the fans at home who can't note, I will tell you that Rabbi Baldinger, old school in terms of his coaching, dressed in the suit and tie. That's the way I like to see coaches out. The suit and tie, taking the job very seriously, very professionally. And that'll be a travel on the baseline. A nice little take by Michael Schnorr, but shuffled his feet at the very beginning of that play. About a minute 15 here left in the third quarter, 51-31 Thunder. Radnor's going to run the point with Raven on the bench for a few minutes. Tyberg looks to take the ball to the basket. Tyberg gets fouled from behind. That's going to be the foul on Michael Schnorr. Tried to poke that ball out on the dribble drive. Got a little too much arm. Knights will inbound the ball now. And that's Radnor, wide open shot. Looks to take it, gives it up, but then takes it. Back iron. Schnorr skies for the basket, and that will be a foul, a push. White. That's a foul on Izzy K with a little push under the basket. Izzy K talking it over with the ref. Seem to be having a nice, lively conversation. Yonatan Fight coming into the game. He'll sub out for Yoni Hill. Oh, I'm sorry, actually Aaron Razazada. Take a little break. Radnor for three from the corner. Bingo! Boom! Shakalaka for three. 51-34. Knights continue to chip away. Kraus will control the offense. JC extends out. Great take. Maybe a little contact, unclear, but a missed shot. And it will stay here with the Thunder. Thunder move the ball around the outside. Great look inside. Kraus, beautiful look inside by Kraus. Kraus drops the ball down low to K. Full timeout by JEC with 15 seconds left in the third quarter. 51-34. The Thunder lead the Knights here in this round one preliminary game one. And we are back here, 15 seconds left in the third quarter. The JEC Thunder of Elizabeth, New Jersey lead the Yeshiva of Greater Washington Knights from Silver Spring, Maryland, 51-34. This is the 13-20 matchup, preliminary round. Winner of this game will advance to the full bracket round one this afternoon. The team that does not win will enter the Tier 3 tournament, which will begin tomorrow. Nice under the basket. Great way to fight by Izzy K. Gets his own rebound and puts it back in. And a half-court heave is short, 53-34. Going into the fourth quarter, the Thunder lead here in Memphis. And the JC Thunder defeat the Yeshiva of Greater Washington Knights 68-52. The Thunder advance to the Tier 1 Round 1 bracket where they will face the Hillel Yeshiva Heat later on this afternoon. Coming up on this court next is the hometown Cooper Yeshiva Maccabees versus the Fasmin Yeshiva, starting up in just about 15 minutes, live here in Memphis. We are live. We are live, Memphis, Tennessee, the Memphis Sports and Event Center, here for the showcase showdown of the first day. The hometown Cooper Yeshiva Maccabees, the number 18 seed, versus the number 15 seed Fasmin Yeshiva from Skokie. Fasmin and Cooper have developed quite a friendly rivalry. The kids know each other well, love each other well, go to camp together, and all kinds of activities, Yeshiva Hakayats and otherwise. But they have formed a little bit of a rivalry here, and they love to play each other here in Memphis. And this is going to be a great game. The winner of this game is going to advance to the Tier 1 tournament bracket. The team that does not win this game will advance to the Tier 3 tournament. And we are about to tip off here. The Cooper Macs are led by third-year head coach Kobe Pinto, he's joined by assistant David Weinstone, who has been a coach for nearly 3 decades. Fasmin is led by all-time great Sid Singer, had a tremendous career coaching the Ida Crown Aces of Chicago for many years, recently switched over to the Fasmin Yeshiva. And this should be a marquee matchup with a berth in the Tier 1 tournament on the line. Both of these teams very much want to advance and get to the tournament. Leading the Cooper Macs has to be Jack Kampf, the superstar guard, number 11. He will actually take the tip for the Cooper Macs. The Fasmin Yeshiva are led by a scoring sensation, Chaim Zatz, number 23. And Fasmin in the white, Cooper in the blue. And we are about ready to tip off here. In this Game 4, we had 3 exciting matches already, 3 exciting games, and we are about to ready tip off in this capacity crowd here at the Memphis Sports and Event Center. The Cooper Macs start Kahane, Kampf, Siegel, Benny Frieden, and it looks like Weisvogel, and Cooper gets the tip. Weisvogel goes right to the basket. Jonas Siegel up, slightly off, rebound, Daniel Kahane. A frenetic start here, and it will stay with the Cooper Macs. Excellent start to this game. Excellent start to this game. What? That's a 3 for Benny Frieden. Up, back iron. Weisvogel with the rebound. So far, Cooper has been controlling the boards. That ball will go to Kampf. Kampf will control the offense. Little shake and shimmy. Left Kampf over, and you cannot give him that much room. Rebound by Sammy Lebovics, and here come the Fasmin Yeshiva, their first look on the offensive side of the ball. The Macs start out in a 1-3-1 defense. There's Chaim Zatz with the ball. They are certainly pressuring him. Keep an eye. Goes down to the big man down low. Great hands. The big man moves around. Can go nowhere. Great pass. Great defense by Daniel Kahane. Skies to block that shot. And now the Cooper Macs bringing the ball back down the court. The ball is in the hands of superstar Jack Kampf. He's calling a play. Look at him blow by. Blow by Jack Kampf. Swings it out to Weisvogel. Thinks about the 3. Takes the 3. Back iron, rebounded by Barnaton. And here comes Chaim Zatz. Great no-look pass down low to the big man. Fasmin will reset. Great trap in the corner by Cooper. There's Zatz. You got to keep an eye on him. Little cross between the legs. Great pass. Wide open for three. Missed by Sammy Lebovics. And here comes Cooper. 2 minutes into the game. We are still at 0-0. Camp will control the offense. Let's see if Cooper can set something up. Poked away by David Barnaton. Great defense. Benny Frieden will inbound the ball. Benny Frieden wide open for three. And he is fouled on the three. The foul is on David Barnaton, the senior power forward. Fouls Benny Frieden on the three. You got to be very careful. Benny Frieden is a streaky shooter. You don't want to give him 3 free throws. Let him see that ball go through the hoop. But Benny will now step up to the line, see if he can break the ice here and get some points on the scoreboard. The first one is up and long. The game remains scoreless, 0-0. You probably can't hear it right now, but it is a ruckus crowd here at the event center. And Benny Frieden will get on the board to start the game. 1-0 Cooper, 6 minutes, 10 seconds into the game. Frieden for the second shot. Up. And it's in. And Cooper's on the scoreboard, 2-0. And they will shift into a full court press. Almost a steal by Camp. Benny Frieden does get the steal. Jonas Siegel swings it out. Weisvogel steals it. Blocked. I don't think Weisvogel knew Camp was behind him. Daniel Kahane is going to D up. Dan goes up. Great defense by Daniel Kahane. There he goes with the rebound. And here it comes. Ball goes out. Great job. Cooper playing excellent defense. Jack Camp is going to set something up. Swings it out. Jonas Siegel open. Back to Benny Frieden. Benny for three. Off short. Rebound by Weisvogel. Benny Frieden looks again. Weisvogel this time going to take the three. Weisvogel off. Clearly not afraid to shoot the ball. Chaim Zatz looks to take the ball to the basket. Great defense by Weisvogel to come over. A foul is called. The foul is going to be called on number 10, Jonas Siegel for Cooper. It is 2-0 still. About 3 minutes into the first quarter. Very low-scoring affair to begin with. I think it's just outstanding defense. Great pass down low. Jack Camp with the block. And here comes Cooper. We got to get some offensive flow going here. Jack Camp over to Benny Frieden. Benny with the one-legged jump. Oh, just in and out. Great looking shot by Benny Frieden. Here comes Chaim Zatz, who has been a little bit quiet to start things off. There's a three in the corner by Sammy Lebovics. And a foul will be called. Foul is on David Barnaton. That is his second foul early in this first quarter. And a 30-second timeout. 30-second timeout called by Coach Sid Singer. We are halfway through the first quarter. A low-scoring affair. Tenacious defense. 2-0 Cooper leads 4 minutes into the first quarter. That Coach Weinstone coming out, giving some words of encouragement to All-Star Jonas Siegel. And we are going to start back up here, 2-0 here halfway through the first. And look out who has arrived. The entire middle school from the Margolin Hebrew Academy has arrived to cheer on their Cooper Max. Wow! And the stands are now filling over capacity. Jack Camp will bring the ball up. Looks like Fasmin has switched into a straight man. Jonas Siegel gives it back to Camp. Camp has been quiet. Great job. Over to Frieden. Over to Jonas Siegel for three. Little pump fake. Daniel Kahane for three. Oh, off the front iron. Great rebound by Jonas Siegel. Little bit of a wild shot by Jonah. That is going to be a foul on Jonah Siegel. Coming into the game, we have a sub. Coming into the game is number 3, Gavi Lichter, to replace Jonah Siegel. Still 2-0 early on. And the fans have arrived here. The cheering section is getting loud. Chaim Zatz will run the offense. Chaim Zatz for deep for three, way off. Rebound by Sruli. Lebedinsky, rebound putback, and we are tied up at 2-2. Cooper Fasmin here in the early goings on. Jack Camp, free throw line, and that is blocked. What is the call? On Jack Camp's jump shot, and Cooper will inbound the ball. Jack Camp with the ball in the corner. Jack will bring the ball up. A little shutter shake. There's a three. Hoop! Boom! Shakalaka! Three by Jack Camp, and just like that, the lead is doubled, 5-2. They got to be careful. If Jack Camp gets hot, this game will get out of control fast. There's a three from the corner by Akiva Eisenberg. The foul on number 3, Gavi Lichter. That will be Gavi's first foul. And the ball will now be inbounds. It should be under the basket there. Sammy Lebovics up, missed, rebound. Big man, great rebound. And a foul is called again. Foul on number 34, David Barnett, and that is his third foul of the first quarter. And that is going to be trouble for Fasmin. They're going to have to sub him out. Coming into the game, Eliezer Herman checking in for the first time in the first quarter. Out of the game is going to be Sammy Lebovics. Sammy Lebovics back in, and David Barnatten is going to step out. Cooper's going to run their offense. Weisvogel's got the ball, little stutter step, swings it out to Lichter. Foul on the ground. Foul on number 32, Alicia Nykrug. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Nykrug or Nykrug. 4 team fouls for Fasmin. We'll keep an eye on that. That could prove to be a problem. Jack Camp, great pass by Benny Frieden. Jack Camp up and in. The lead extends to 5-7-2 Cooper. Fasmin works the ball. Great look inside by Chaim Zatz. Big man turns, spins, not able to finish. Rebound. There's a three from the corner. Off, rebound, Weisvogel. And here comes Jack Camp, masterfully controlling the offense. 7-2 Cooper here in the early going. Jack Camp. Ball is poked out. It will stay on this side here with Cooper Max. Oh, Rabbi Akiva Males, welcome to the booth. Rabbi Males coming over to say hello. We got a 30-second timeout called by Coach Pinto. Cooper leads 7-2 here in the early going. And look at the capacity crowd here, filling the athletic venue. This has been a great game. We might do a little courtside reporting here at the half, maybe interview some of the fans that have come out. Rabbi Dr. Gabriel Brown has arrived, sporting the custom Memphis Grizzlies jersey. Head of school for the Margolin Hebrew Academy, which includes the Cooper Yeshiva of the South. Cooper Max back out on the court. They're going to remain with the same 5. I think Fasmin might bring in a slightly different crew here in the first setting. Cooper will inbound the ball. Let's see if they run that same set where they had that little split play with Kampf going to the basket. There it is, same set. Kampf was open, he missed it. Goes out to Weisvogel. Weisvogel will control the offense. Weisvogel will take it himself. Gabi Lichter wide open for 3. Ooh, that would have been a big shot. Rebound by Eliezer Herman as he skied to the basket. Zotz controlling the offense. Swings to the corners. Zotz top of the key. He's got a wide open look. That's long. Great take inside and just off. Fasmin has been just off on a number of buckets. Jack Kampf going to run the offense again. Cooper would love to extend this lead. Jack Kampf for 3. That's going to be way short. Rebound by Sruli Lebedinsky. Chaim Zotz will take the ball all the way 360. And he is fouled by, I think, Gabi Lichter. I'll tell you what, there's been a lot of fanfare about Chaim Zotz leading up to this tournament. That was the first time we saw him really take the ball himself, and what a beautiful move. First free throw is up, and off the front of the rim. Score remains 7-2. Coming into the game for Fasman's Akiva Eisenberg. Checking in for Cooper is Jonas Siegel. Sammy Lebovics will also come out of the game. And Yakir Schwartz will check in. And Zatz is on the board. It is 7-3 in the early going. Kampf looking to run the offense. Inside to Weisvogel, who handles the ball, and a double dribble. Tough pass. The ball got popped out. Weisvogel did a great job of trying to recover that ball. Cooper will now drop into a full court press. Great defense by Benny Frieden. Jonas Siegel comes over for the trap. Uh-oh, and that's going to lead to an easy layup. 7-5. That press got broken a little too easily. Cooper's going to have to rethink that approach. Kampf again running the point. Kampf's going to cross, gives it off to Frieden. Frieden over to Gabi Lichter for 3, short off the front iron. Rebounded by Yakir Schwartz. Yakir Schwartz bounces it off the leg of Jonas Siegel. And Fasmin will bring the ball up. Cooper drops out of the press with about 48 seconds left. 7-5 Cooper. This has been a great game so far. Great shot by Chaim Zotz. And just like that, 7-7. That's the problem you had with Benny Frieden, problem you had with Chaim Zotz. You put him on the free throw line, they see a couple buckets go through, then the shooter touch starts, and now it's 7-7, just like that. 5 unanswered by Fasmin. Kampf will control the offense, poked away by Yakir Schwartz. I got to be honest, Cooper looks tired. Fasmin looks to be holding up a little bit better. Cooper's going to have to dig down, find some energy. There's Kampf with the ball. Lichter sets a pick. Kampf goes to the basket. Good defense. Here comes Zotz. 5 seconds left. Zotz on the break. Takes it all the way to the basket. Up and missed. Rebound. Hits the bottom of the rim. What a frenetic ending of the first quarter. And at the end of the first quarter, the number 15 seed Fasmin, the number 18 seed Cooper, are tied 7-7 here in the final preliminary game. The winner of this game will face the overall number 2 seeded Berman Hebrew Academy Cougars from Silver Spring, Maryland. Very exciting turn of events. We actually have one of Berman's all-time greats here in the gym. Zanvi Lesnoy has come down to root the Berman team on. His jersey hangs from the rafters up in Rockville at Berman, and I gotta believe that when Berman comes out of the locker room and they see Zanvi Lesnoy here, that will give them incredible strength, just knowing that they have their all-time Hall of Famer here to cheer him on. Really exciting matchups later on. I'm joined here in the booth today by several of the outstanding basketball experts from Yeshiva University. We have Moshe Davidowitz, pre-med Smicha student. Aiden Kahane attends the university. We have them here. We're also joined by David Mashinsky. He previously attended a university. Not sure if he is right now. Really, it's a top-notch crew we got here. Coming into the game is Yehuda Abrams making his first appearance. He'll sub in, see if he can add a little size down low for the Fasmin. And what a nail biter we have here, 7-7. One interesting tidbit could be if Cooper pulls this off. Moshe Davidowitz actually just mentioned this to me, but if Cooper pulls this win out, Cooper will face Berman. The head of the Cooper school is an alum of Berman. Just incredible drama could unfold this afternoon. Pass inside. Jonah Siegel rips it away. A man who's hungry for a Snickers bar. Benny Frieden wide open for 3. A little bit long. The boards crash. It's going to stay here. Yehuda Abrams got in there to poke that ball away. Great pass! Benny Frieden with his second assist of the game. This time it's to the man in the middle, the man they used to call the Jiggle. Weisvogel lays that one up. Guys, the scoreboard went off. Yeah. Okay, all right, we are back on here. Thank you to Shayna Kahane, who's joined the booth. Shayna Kahane, a alumna of the Cooper Yeshiva of the South, now attending the University of Pennsylvania Law School, came in for the tournament. Shayna, actually, I just mentioned we have quite a bit of drama that could unfold here. Berman is joined by Hall of Fame Cougar Zanvi Lesnoy, who I saw enter the gym. That has got to be a boost of morale for the Cougars to see Zanvi here in the gym rooting them on.
I was actually there when they first saw him. Their eyes lit up as they saw him walk through the gym, and they just knew that today was going to be a good day for them. So.
Wow, well, if Cooper can find a way to make it to that game, it would be exciting. It's 9-9 here in this nail-biter. A little bit into the second quarter. Jack Camp swings the ball to Weisvogel. Weisvogel again, front iron. This one is going to go white. Daniel Kahane checks back in for Gabi Lichter. Cooper Max lacking a little bit of scoring. Trying to see if maybe we can get a little bit of scoring going here. Chaim Zatz brings the ball up the court, swings it to the corner, wide open. Great defense by Daniel Kahane. All kinds of wild circus maneuvers by Fasmin, and a good rebound by Jack Camp will go off the head of Eli Weisvogel. Coach Singer telling his guys just to calm down. They're playing great, but just relax, come down with the ball. Great coaching by Coach Singer. Yeah, Chaim Zatz, dribble drive, blocked by Jack Hamf. Jonas Siegel with the rebound. Here comes Cooper with the opportunity to take the lead at a 9-9 game. Daniel Kahane, oh, a little pump fake. A great pass! What a pass by Daniel Kahane! Give him the assist! And 11-9. Jonas Siegel with another steal. Here comes Daniel Kahane, gives it up to Camp. Ooh, picked off. Great defense by Fasmin. Wow, a frenetic pace right there. Daniel Kahane with the assist of the game. Beautiful. Chaim Zatz, the first shot is up. Multiple substitutions. Alex Pearl coming in the game. Sammy Lebovic's coming in the game. Yakir Schwartz coming out to take a breather. And Yehuda Abrams going to take a little break. Gave some quality minutes here to the Fasmin group. Chaim Zatz knocks it down, and we are tied up at 11. Here comes Jack Camp bringing the ball up the court. A little over 5.5 minutes left in the second quarter. Ball goes into Jonas Siegel. That's going to be a foul over the back by Sammy Lebovics. How many team fouls here? Oh, and that's a bad turnover by Frieden. Zatz takes it the length of the court. And that Skokie Fasmin will take the lead 13-11. Fasmin just needs to keep their composure. That's okay. Cooper, keep the composure. A turnover, that happens. Let's see how they come out of this. And there's going to be a foul on Chaim Zatz, a little over-aggressive. I imagine there might be some Fasmin fans listening at home. I will tell you that the Fasmin Yeshiva is a favorite of the Memphis Invitational. They've been coming for years. First with Rabbi Ginsburg used to bring them, and now Rabbi Goldman. We absolutely love the Fasmin Yeshiva. Wonderful, wonderful kids. Just a great group, and we just feel lucky to have them as participants in our events year in and year out. So to the Hanhala of Fasmin, thank you for being such wonderful partners, sharing your boys with us. Fasmin now looks to extend the lead inside to the big fella, Suli Lebedinsky. Rebound by Weisvogel. Looks like Cooper's going to slow the pace a bit. Ooh. Cooper's going to move the ball around into the big fella, Weisvogel. Great pass to Jonas Siegel, who could not handle that hot potato. Great pass by Weisvogel. 30-second timeout by Coach Pinto. Both of these teams look gassed. Both of them just look gassed in this matchup. I don't know if you guys can hear the roar of the crowd. It's almost deafening here in the gym. Just a little opportunity here to maybe talk about what's going to happen later on. So we had 8 teams that played this morning in the preliminary round. The 4 teams that win advance to the primary bracket, which tips off at, I'm sorry about that, tips off at 1:30 this afternoon. There seems to be a question that has come into the booth. For those at home who are not familiar with Zombie Lesnoy, I'd study up on Jewish hoops a little bit. You ever heard of Ryan Terrell? You ever heard of him? You ever heard of Gabe Leifer? Zombie Lesnoy, 3 of them all together. Steal by Jonas Eagle. Kampf is up, short off the rim, rebound, foul. Oh, and a little bit short. Kampf will step to the line for 2. For those watching at home, this is not perhaps the most exciting game from an offensive standpoint, but these boys are playing incredibly hard. Jack Kampf knocks down the free throw. Jack Kampf is the son of Memphis icons, Cantor Ricky and Mora Anat Kampf. Jack Kampf knocks them both down, and ladies and gentlemen, just like that, we're tied up at 13. Full court pressure back on. Chaim Zatz will handle it, throws it down court to the big fella. Up, missed, great defense by Daniel Kahane again! Daniel Kahane is all over the place. Unbelievable D. And Chaim Zatz is going to pick up another foul. That is his 2nd foul. Cooper will inbound the ball, 13-13. Jack Kampf will control the offense, always cool as a cucumber. Swings it out. Weisvogel looks for 3. Stutter step, up and in! Hello, Kyrie Irving! What a shot by Weisvogel. Ooh. Great pass by Chaim Zatz, like a bullet down to Sruli Lebedensky to retie the game at 15. This game is back and forth and back and forth. Kahane with the ball, over to Frieden. Jonas Eagle will take the ball. Cooper being very patient, very deliberate in the offense, looking for the shot. They'll keep moving the ball till they find the shot they want. Great pass inside to the Weisvogel. Great pass by Benny Frieden. A foul under the basket on Alex Pearl. Ellie Weisvogel will go to the line to shoot 2. And we are tied up at 15. Weisvogel short off the front iron. We stay 15-15. 3 minutes left until halftime. Very exciting news. Mordechai Shapiro to be performing at halftime of this game today. I don't know if we're going to be able to broadcast that, but for everybody here in Memphis. And a turnover by Fasmin. Totally unforced. Cooper will take the ball down on the Fasmin side of the court. 15-15, 3 minutes left. Benny Frieden for 3. Back iron, Jonas Eagle with the rebound. Weisvogel, the big fella, with the left hand. That will be a travel. Great move. Fasmin will take the ball out again. 2 minutes, 49 seconds left. Cooper up by 1, 16-15. Cooper now goes into a full court press on Zatz. Great D. Fasmin breaks the press easily. That'll be a travel on Chaim Zatz. And Cooper will inbound the ball. Jack Kampf, great. Poked away by Alex Pearl. Excellent play. Alex coming in for the game is Alicia Nykrug. And coming out of the game is Eliezer Herman. Great play by Alex Pearl. He was all the way at the top of the key, hustled back, poked out that ball. Definitely saved a layup. Great pass again by Benny Friedman. Weisvogel puts it up and in. 18-15, Cooper extends the lead. Zatz throws to the big fella, who scores. Bucket by Sruli Lebedinsky. 2 minutes, 17 seconds left. Jack Camp will calm the offense down. Jack Camp has been relatively quiet here in this first half. For Cooper to go into the halftime with the lead, with Camp being quiet, is a luxury. A lot of contact on that. No foul by the ref. Here comes Zotz. Full head of steam. Stolen away by Benny Frieden. Here comes Jonah Siegel. Jonah will calm it down. Weisvogel from NBA range. 21-17. Fasmin looks to work the offense. There's Zotz for three. Answers right back. Chaim Zotz for three. 21-20. Cooper with the 1-point lead. Jack Kampf. And here comes Chaim Zotz. Full head of steam. Length of the court. Up and in. Great move by Chaim Zotz. 22-21 Fasmin. Jack Camp will run the offense. Benny Frieden for three. Bingo! They are raining threes back to back to back. 24-22 Cooper. Kick ball. It'll stay here with Fasmin. In for the game will be Eliezer Herman and Liar. And I am excited to welcome to the booth Alana Kahane. Welcome to the booth.
Oh, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
This is a unbelievable game capacity crowd here at the Athletic Center.
You can feel the energy.
Yeah, there's no.
The ruach in the room is just unbelievable.
That's a bucket by Sruli Lebedinsky, 24-24. I got a text from a fan at home asking me how many people do I think are here. You think a little under 1,000 maybe?
I would say a little.
A little,
850,
maybe 850, 900. Jack Camp short on the three. Zotz full length of the court. It's off, and what a game do we have here in Game 4 preliminary matchup. The number 15 Fasmin Yeshiva from Skokie, 24. The number 18 Cooper Yeshiva High School from Memphis, 24. It is a tie game. 1 half of basketball remains for a first round matchup. We will see you in just a few minutes. Halftime show live here in Memphis. Mordechai Shapiro will be back shortly. Check, check. Wow, what a halftime performance by Mordecai Shapiro. Thank you. Unbelievable. I'm sorry for those of you at home who could not watch it. Tomorrow, Alana Kane, do you know who's performing tomorrow?
I think it's a secret. You'll find out tomorrow.
Okay, well, we will do what we can to televise that halftime show. But, I mean, what a show. The energy was electric. And here we are now at the start of the half, 24-24. Cooper will start out with the ball. Jack Kampf penetrates the lane, up and under. He is blocked by Sruli Lebedinsky. Here come Fasmin right into Benny Frieden, up and missed. Rebound by Jack Kampf. Cooper needs to just slow it down a little, be a little more deliberate in the offense. There's Kahane. Kahane from half court! Ring it! Boom! Shakalaka! Three-pointer by Daniel Kahane. That kid barely crossed the half-point line. 27-24. The big man Lebedinsky, great spin move, left hand. Somebody's going to have to tell me whether Sruli Lebedinsky is left-handed or not, because if he is not, that was an unbelievable move. Spun to his left, laid it up on the left side off the glass. Beautiful move. 27-26, Cooper. Jack Kampf goes to the basket. He is fouled, and he will go to the line for two. Jack Kampf will take the ball. Benny Frieden dribbles around. They will reset. Daniel Kahane again, a good 9 feet behind the three-point line. Let's see if they feed him the ball. Benny Frieden. Weisvogel has never seen a shot he does not like. That one is off the mark. Foul on Jack Kampf, and Fasmin will take it out. I have just received word from the broadcast truck that legendary female phenom player Sarah Kahane watching live from overseas. Sarah Kahane, welcome. Certainly miss having you at the tournament. Sarah Kahane, a former Team USA basketball player in the International Maccabea Games. I'll tell you what, I don't mean this in any kind of strange sense, but I think Sarah Kahane might be able to score in this game. She could be the leading scorer if we check her in. But we'll go back to this game. Daniel Kahane swings it over to Jonas Siegel. Jonah to Weisvogel. Cooper beautifully moving the ball around the outside. Weisvogel, he will shoot that off the back iron. We had a little technical difficulty there. That will be a foul on Ellie the Jiggle Weisvogel. That is his, I believe it's his first foul, second foul, I believe. Give you an update on the team fouls. Cooper has 2 team fouls. Fasmin has 1 team foul. It is 27-26. Wide open in the corner is Sammy Lebovics. That'll be short. That'll be an over the back by Sruli Lebedinsky. How many fouls is that on Sruli Lebedinsky? That is 2 fouls. I do not believe there's any foul trouble on either side. 2 fouls max, and we will start up again here. Jack Kampf will handle the ball in the front court. Jack Kampf, a little dribble drive off to Daniel Kahane. He'll fire it up off the back rim. Good looking shot. Here comes superstar Chaim Zatz with a head of steam all the way to the basket. Up and spins around, misses. Rebounded Fasmin. They will reset. Great steal by Daniel Kahane. Here comes Jonas Siegel. Over to Benny Frieden. Benny Frieden will drive hard to the basket. Foul and off the side rim. Benny Frieden will step to the line for 2 shots. That foul is going to be on, if that's David Barnaton, that is number 4 on David Barnaton. Is that right, Mr. Scorekeeper? That is number 4. Checking back into the game is Eliezer, Eliezer Herman coming back in the game. Second free throw. Eliezer. Eliezer Herman, you want to say hello to everybody at home real quick? Hello. Eliezer Herman about to check in. So he says hello to all the Yeshiva fans watching. All right, Eliezer's going to check in now. David Barnaton comes out of the game. Big man playing strong in the middle. Fourth foul, he's going to have to take a seat. Benny Frieden with the second free throw. That's off back, 28-26. Chaim Zatz for three off the front of the rim. Rebound. Alicia Nekrug and Benny Frieden get tangled up, and the ball will go the Cooper way. Arrow facing the dark team. Welcome to the booth, Yosef Naftel. I did not realize that Yosef had arrived. Yosef, come say hello to the fans at home.
Hello.
Yosef Naftel is an integral part of the tournament steering committee. Welcome to the tournament. I would also like to note that Yosef Naftel is again not wearing the staff shirt. Very unfortunate. We'll have to have security remove him. 3 seconds. A great shot by Chaim Zatz in the lane. Unfortunately, 3 seconds call, so that bucket will be waved off. I'm sorry, we're broadcasting live here. Mr. Naftel, if you need to have a conversation, can you step out of the booth, please? We're broadcasting to... I'm going to check here with the broadcasters. How many viewers do we have now? $1,100? 1,100 viewers presently tuned in. Wow. 1,100 even, or? Oh, a round of 1,100. 1,159 viewers. Unbelievable. All right, well, thank you all for tuning in. Listen, for a game like this where the Memphis crowd is here, really, the only fans tuning in to watch is Fasmin. That's a good showing, 1,100 viewers. So thank you all for joining in. We hope you're enjoying the game. Following this game will be the commencement of the Tier 1 bracket. The winner of this game will slide into the number 15 seat and will play Berman. Daniel Kahane gets the ball up the court. Weisvogel wide open. Oh, off the front iron. Good defense by Fasmin to get back quickly on that. Zatz goes to the basket strong with the left hand and a foul on Benny Frieden. Yosef Naftel just made the most unbelievable comment. You're right. Yosef says you can't teach that. Yosef, no, you're right. And you should grab a headset and get on. Yosef's right. There's some things that are just like, it's an innate talent. Yosef's right. You can't teach that. He's just really a natural talent, Zatz. Well, Yosef, thank you. Fasmin in a full court press, looking to speed up the tempo, maybe get a steal. Cooper easily breaks the press. Jack Kampf swings at Daniel Kahane. Daniel Kahane back to Jack Kampf. Benny Frieden. A lot of open shots there that Cooper passed up. Jonas Siegel will now run the offense. Jonas Siegel will run the offense. Ooh, and a save by Zatz. Oh, and Zatz misses the layup. Great putback by Yakir Schwartz. Fasmin has its biggest and Cooper just needs to take a deep breath. It's okay. It's okay. Little frenetic out there. Fasmin builds its biggest lead so far of the game, 3 points, 31-28. Chaim Zatz starting to ignite on the offensive end. Zatz barely gets the ball in under the 5-second mark. The big fella, Sruly Lebedinsky with the ball, triple teamed, swings the ball out. Zatz from downtown, short, rebound Daniel Kahane, and a foul on Eliezer Herman. Again, Fasmin in the full court press. And a foul will be called on Sammy Lebovics. in the backcourt. That is 5 fouls. That will be a timeout called by Coach Kobe Pinto. Fasmin is on their feet. Look at the excitement. Slapping 5, giving hugs. Great comeback by Fasmin. Coach Pinto needs to ignite a little bit inside the Cooper faithful. Here we go, a little cheering going on now. Here we go. And look, it is Charna Schubert leading the cheer. We have a shot of that. Oh, there it is. Yes. Oh, yes. Schubert leading it. Very nice. Well done. Perhaps our camera crew should not focus on the girl yawning during the game. Maybe there's a girl who is not sleeping who can watch. We can put them on the video, but we'll do what we can. Any Cooper fans still awake? Okay. All right, back serious again. This really is a good game. It's not an offensive juggernaut, but it is great defense. Coach Singer has made some adjustments at halftime, which are really paying off. The full court pressure has been excellent. It's now 31-28 Fasmin. Benny Frieden will step to the line. 31-28. First shot is up, and it's good. 31-29 Fasmin. (31-30), right back in the game. Here comes Chaim Zatz, brings the ball up the court. And the tenacious pressure of Cooper forces a turnover. You know, it's interesting, as I was sitting here thinking, I don't think Fasmin has ever appeared in a championship here in the Memphis Invitational. Great bucket by Benny Frieden, and Cooper retakes the lead. Fasmin has had some excellent teams in the past, but they have not yet, they've been eluded by that championship appearance. Perhaps this is the year. Perhaps this is the year that Fasmin makes that run to the national championship. The Cooper Max are champions in their own right. They actually won the Invitational in 2008. Haven't won a game since, but they did win the championship. Oh, I'm sorry, we have a question here.
I was just wondering, in 2008, who was the coach of the Cooper Max when they won?
Jonathan Wogan. All right, and now Fasmin's back out, 32-31 Cooper. Great dribble drive, good look inside by Zatz. The ball goes out of bounds. The refs will say it will go to Cooper. Cooper up by 1, 32-31. Ball in bounds, full court pressure. Here comes Kampf, gives it up to Lichter, easily breaks the press. Back to Kampf. Kampf fuddles. Unbelievable block by the big fella. But they get it back. I have been impressed by Sruli Lebedinsky. He has really played well in this game. Steal by Jack Kampf. He's going to take it to the leg of the court. Oh! Re-gets it. Oh, miss. Don't think it will make the top 10 list. Zatz shows him how it's done. Chaim Zatz is heating up. Ooh, almost a steal. Cooper breaks the press to Weisvogel, up and in! Cooper retakes the lead, 34-33. Full timeout by Fasmin, and now we have some enthusiasm. What a game! 34-33. Zatz with 17 midway through the third quarter. Oh, buddy, ladies and gentlemen, a hush has fallen over the Memphis Sports and Event Center as three-time champion Magen David Yeshiva Warriors have entered the arena. Ooh, those guys look like they mean business. Ooh, that is frightening. That is frightening. Okay, and we will start out. Fasmin brings the ball up. Chaim Zot, 17 points so far in the third quarter. He will handle the rock up top. Swings the ball. Over Sammy Lebovic, back to Zotz for three. Off the front iron. Rebound by Benny Frieden. Here come the Cooper Max, led by Jack Kampf, up by 1 point, a shade under 2 minutes left in the third quarter. Kampf will run the offense. Frieden has the ball. Fasmin in a, ooh, great pass by Benny Frieden. That's got to be his 5th or 6th assist of the game. And a great shot by Jack Kampf, and Cooper extends the lead to 3. Benny Frieden with the swat on the big fella. Truly, who? By the way, if Sruli's parents are watching, your kid's great. He's really, really great. Okay, Cooper works the ball around the outside. Benny Frieden for 3. That's going to be long. Here comes Sammy Lebovic. Chaim Zotz with the ball. Nice crossover. Oh my God, was that a good pass? Sorry, supposed to be the broadcaster, but that was a good pass. All right, here comes Cooper again, up 3, 36-33. Cooper works the ball around. Ooh, that was unfortunate. I don't think that was intended. I don't think Sruli meant for that to happen. I think there was a post up down low, and he just kind of lost his balance, came over the top. But everybody seems to be okay. That foul was on Sruli Lebedinsky. Oh my God, the legend, Ike Dweck. And we are back. Cooper has extended the lead to 6. Quick bucket, 40-36. Jonas Eagle from half court. And at the end of the third quarter, The Cooper Max lead the Yeshiva by 4, 40-36. This one will definitely come down to the wire. The third quarter break is sponsored by Alana Kahane Flight School. If you're looking to learn how to fly a plane at age 47 years old, call Alana Kahane. She'll teach you. She's not 47, she's 23, but if you're 47 and you want to, Alana Kahane Flight School, only in West Memphis, Arkansas. Oh, and welcome to the booth, Rabbi Dr. Gavriel Brown.
Great to be here with MHA. All the kids are here, parents, grandparents, the energy palpable here in court number 3.
Rabbi Brown, I'm glad that you came by. We were talking, we could have some drama here this afternoon. If Cooper pulls this one out, they will then be facing your alma mater, the Berman Cougars, in the next round. Oh, so the Cooper Max will be your team. Well, poisoning them will not help us tomorrow night.
Yes.
This one is going to certainly come down to the wire. You got to be proud. Cooper team is playing great, up by 4 in this Cinderella game. The cheering we've been noticing here, it's almost hard for us to hear ourselves with the volume that in the gym.
That was the goal.
Yeah.
That was the goal.
Yeah.
And the cheers are going to get more intense in Q4 as it's a close game.
We're going to go back live to the action. Rabbi Brown, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for all your help with the tournament, your support. Let's pull out a win here for the Cooper Max. Benny Frieden, unfortunately, with the turnover. Steal by Jack Hanf. Pokes it out. Benny Frieden on the break. Jonah Siegel. Ooh, careful. Swing the ball. They're going to reset. Cooper's going to reset. 40-36, 7.5 minutes left in the game. Benny Frieden will control the offense. That's a foul on Chaim Zatz, and Cooper calls a timeout. Yeah, there are 2 trainers right over there. Looks like we have a, now this is an interesting story. Interesting story coming out of the Cooper huddle. Superstar point guard Jack Kampf looking a little bit shaken up from the last play. This could have a very real impact on the last 7:25 of this quarter. You can see a sense of concern on the faces of this capacity crowd. I hear a little bit of clapping. Luckily, here at the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational, we have a top-notch medical crew. They are over here looking at Jack Kampf, and maybe they're putting on some gloves. They're going to do some medical intervention, apparently. And as the Cooper Max come back out of the huddle, Jack Kampf is not there. And I am joined in the booth by Jewish hoops legend Ike Drek. Oh my God, what an honor. What an honor to have Ike here in the booth with us. All right, we're back live. Fasmin with the ball, swings it over. Eliezer Herman for 3, slightly off the front iron. Chaim Zatz with the ball, he'll swing it outside. Eliezer again for 3, slightly off the back iron. I hope this game has been entertaining and fun. For the last 7 minutes, we're going to get serious and we're going to do a legitimate broadcast because this game is getting down to the wire. Fasmin with the full court pressure. They trap right before the half court line, but here comes Cooper. They break the press. Good defense by Fasmin. Swings it out to the corner. Daniel Kahane for three. Just a bit outside. I'll tell you this much. If the basket was 13 feet, that was in. That was in for sure. Oh, stolen by Jonas Eagle. Here comes Daniel Kahane. He'll take the length of the court. Oh, and a foul. Good job. Chaim Zatz tracks him down and blocks the shot, but it is a foul. Daniel Kahane will go to the line to knock down 2 free throws. Well, listen, we have an interesting story brewing here as superstar Chaim Zatz now has 4 fouls. Daniel Kahane knocks down the first, extends the lead to 5 for Cooper. With this bucket, it will tie the largest lead of the game, and he does. 42-36, Cooper, as they begin to pull away. We are joined in the booth by Memphis icon, Mora Nakampf. Welcome. Welcome to the booth. Say hello to... Welcome, welcome. Gabi Lichter over to Daniel Kahane. He'll penetrate the lane, swing out to Jonah Siegel. To Frieden. Cooper's going to be very patient here as they work the ball around the outside. Inside to Daniel Kahane. Daniel stays with it. Ooh. Difficult call. I'm not biased, but I thought he was fouled. I don't know for sure. All right, here comes Fasmin. Is Chaim Zatz in the game? Ooh. So Zatz had to come out of the game with 4 fouls. Fasmin's going to have to roll without their leading scorer. It looks like Danny Barnaton will handle the ball up top. I think David Barnaton actually has 4 fouls himself. What a shot! David Barnaton with a great move under the basket. 42-38. Daniel Kahane will take the ball. Ooh, very dangerous pass across court. Jonas Siegel to the basket. Knocks it down. 44-38. 6-point game. Great defense. There's David Barnaton again. Takes the ball right back to the basket. And a charge! Wow, and David Barnaton, I believe that is his 5th foul. And unfortunately for Fasmin, David Barnaton will now be out of the game. In for the game will be Sammy Lebovics, and they're bringing back Chaim Zatz. They got to get Chaim Zatz back in the game. Chaim Zatz will have to play under control with 4 fouls. Zatz has got 4 fouls. Zatz is joined by Yakir Schwartz and by Levi Altschul. Great trap by Fasmin. Jonas Siegel gets out of it, goes to the basket, spin it at Inkiru, and that will be a travel. 44-38. Cooper leads Fasmin. Here comes Chaim Zatz. Dribbles the ball up the court. 3 for Zatz. Rebound by Weisvogel. Gabi Lichter has the ball. Swings out to Siegel. Siegel to Weisvogel. Oh, a tough pass by and there's a steal by Chaim Zatz. He'll go to the basket hard. Good foul by Benny Frieden. That is an excellent foul by Benny Frieden. Pause. Beep, 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 beep. Very, very smart play by Benny. Ooh, now we have we have a little discussion amongst the refs. Initially, it was called a blocking foul on the ground. They have now changed it to a shooting foul. That will put Chaim Zatz on the line to shoot 2. This could be Chaim Zatz's 19th and 20th point. 44-39 out of the game for Fasmin is Yakir Schwartz. Into the game is Sammy Lebovics. Zatz will take his second shot. That is up. Off the front iron. The big fella. Rebound. Fasmin working hard. Weisvogel going hard against Akiva Eisenberg. Akiva Eisenberg, what a mensch. Goes over there, helps him up, gives him a pat on the back, tells him good try. Beautiful, beautiful sportsmanship here at the Memphis Invitational. The foul is on Akiva Eisenberg, and Cooper will bring the ball up. Fasmin in the full court press, 2-2-1. Cooper swings the ball cross court. Over to Gabi Lichter. They'll reset, take a little time off the clock. Lichter for 3. Rebound Chaim Zatz. Great pass by Zatz. Off the front iron, rebound by Zatz. Rebound by Lichter. Lichter yanks it down. Throws down court to Jonah. Jonah Siegel, that was not a good shot. Not a good shot by Siegel. Still a 5-point game, 44-39. And a steal by Weisvogel. What a steal! Weisvogel knocks it off of Zatz's leg. Full timeout by Fasmin. And let me just set the stage for all the folks at home. 44-39, 3 minutes, 45 seconds left in the fourth quarter. This is the number 15 seed, hometown heroes, Cooper Max, versus the number 15 seed Fasmin versus 18 Cooper Max. It's been a back and forth game. Fasmin has been led by Chaim Zatz, who has just absolutely dominated the game. On Cooper's side, it has really been a balanced offense. Weisvogel, Siegel, Camp, Frieden, number of weapons. Now, I will note something that actually one of my booth mates just brought up. Very interestingly, we have not seen the X Factor enter the game. Those of you who might have seen the seeding show, Cooper has potentially the biggest X Factor in the entire tournament. That's 6'3" Benji Schubert. He's known here in Memphis, at least the local newspaper referred to him as the freshman phenom. Now, it's interesting that Coach has decided not to put the X Factor in the game. I'd like to do a post-game interview and talk about that. The only thing I can think of, Yosef, you tell me if you agree, is that maybe the idea is that It's not. The only thing we can think of is maybe the coach is looking ahead to the next game against Berman. He needs to save some weapons for that game. I mean, if he doesn't get there, then saving the phenom doesn't really matter. But it looks like maybe that's the approach. But right now, Cooper has the ball. Jack Camp is still out of the game. Benny Frieden controls the offense. Jonah back, Siegel to Frieden. Clearly, Cooper is looking to take a little bit of time off the clock. Quick stoppage of play. They actually call that the Kahane when the coach walks halfway into the court. Cooper will inbound the ball. He's got to get it in. He does. Siegel over to Lichter. Lichter back to Siegel. A lot of time coming off the clock here. Cooper doing a great job moving the ball around. Great job. Cooper moving the ball very nicely, keeping the court nice and spread. Jonas Siegel will control the offense. An entire minute has come off the clock. Benny Frieden will attack. Over to Weisvogel. Back to Lichter, back to Frieden. And into the game is superstar Jack Kampf. He's coming back in! This is unbelievable. That is heart. That is heart. Well, no, actually, he's not coming back in. He's back on the bench. My bad. Benny Frieden will step up to the line. These are critical free throws. This would extend the game to 7 points. Ooh, long off the back iron. Frieden will take the second shot coming up here. Misses both. Weisvogel! It will be a jump ball. The possession arrow is going to Fasmin. There was a jump. Okay. Little question there. Wow, great take. Great take by Chaim Zatz. 3-point game, 44-41. Here comes Cooper. That will be a foul on Levi Altschul. That will put Gavi Lichter on the line to shoot 2. 3-point game, 44-41. He knocks it down. Uses every part of the rim for that shot. 45-41. This is a huge free throw. That one's off the back iron. Sruli rips it down. Here comes Sammy Lebovics. Back to the Chaim Zatz. They gotta lock him up. Great pass down low. Missed rebound. And we have a foul. Foul on Benny Frieden. That is only the second team foul for Cooper. And Benny Frieden. And we have an injury. He's coming right here. We have now 2 injuries. Trainer is out there on the court to check on him. That'll be an official timeout as they check into Benny Frieden. 2 minutes, 9 seconds left in the game. 45-41 Cooper. It was a foul on Benny Frieden, so Fasmin will inbound the ball. Cooper is in the bonus. Any foul will be 2 shots. Fasmin is only, will need several more fouls before they get there. And Benny Frieden is up to his feet. Listen to the crowd cheer. And who will they sub in now with Benny Frieden and Jack Kampf on the bench? Maybe now's the time when they bring in the X Factor. Well, I can tell you that Coach Pinto just waved me off with the no, so I don't believe that will happen. All right, they bring in, they go big. Oh, Benny stays in the game. I'm not sure if that's officially allowed, but okay. Well, he's okay. Well, we're not reffing the game, so. Chaim Zatz, the leading scorer with 20. Great pass inside to the big man, Sruli Lebedinsky, puts in 2. We have a 2-point game, 45-43. Cooper's up. Again, Cooper going to the 4-corner offense, looking to slow the tempo. Oh, difficult pass. Difficult pass. Daniel Kahane goes to the basket, does not finish. Zatz, here comes Zatz. That was a good foul. Coming into the game is number 2, Eliezer Herman. Coming out of the game is number 33, Akiva Eisenberg. Looks like Coach Singer is going to a slightly smaller squad to match up with the speed of the Cooper Max. There's a steal by Weisvogel. 1 minute, 19 seconds left, 45-43 Cooper. Jonas Siegel. Timeout called by Cooper. The full timeout by Cooper. 1 minute, 4 seconds left. Cooper leads by 2, 45-43. This could be the first upset of the 2025 Memphis Invitational. Taking a look at the foul situation here, looks like Zatz has 4, Weisvogel has 3, Lichter has 3. So really, Zatz is the only guy with foul trouble, and it was actually interesting in that not this most recent set down the court, but the prior set, I think Daniel Kahane had the ball. Zatz came out to defend him. Coach was calling for a foul, but Zatz knew he had 4. He didn't want to take the foul and be out of the game. He screamed out to the coach, he's got 4, and they switched off of him, brought another defender on to take the foul. So great thinking. 1 minute, 4 seconds left. 2-point game, 45-43 Cooper. Cooper will inbound the ball right in front of their bench. Ellie Weisvogel, who's played a great game, will inbound the ball. Ball comes to Benny Frieden. Benny Frieden matches up against Sruli Lebedinsky. They give the ball off to Lichter. Lichter off to Daniel Kahane. Daniel Kahane, great job to Jonas Siegel. 46 seconds left, out to Benny Frieden. 45 seconds left, 44. Clock is ticking away. Watch out, Zatz coming from behind. Oh! Zatz picks his pocket, but the ball goes out of bounds. 34 seconds off the clock. 36 seconds left. Cooper's got the ball, up by 2. Frieden's got the ball. Switch off. And a turnover by Frieden again. Traveled. He traveled. Oh, what a tough call. And stepping to the line for probably the 2 biggest free throws of his young career are Sammy Lebovics. It misses off right. Sub coming into the game. Alicia Nykrug. Second free throw. 2-point game, 45-43. He misses the second. Rebounded by Sruli. Up, in. 45-45. 15 seconds left. It's all coming down to the wire. Frieden's got the ball. Takes it to the basket, up in. And 47-40. Timeout, Fasmin. Holy moly, do you believe in miracles? 47-45. All right, wow, 5.2 seconds left, 47-45. Cooper leads by 2. Coach Sid Singer is drawing up a play. Singer, an unbelievable coach, has been in big games his entire career. At all levels. He certainly has a play that he can draw up right now to get a bucket. 5.2 seconds left is plenty of time. I'm not sure where they will be taking the ball, whether they're taking it at half court or whether they're going full court. I'm noticing here security seems to be setting up outside the court. Apparently they're concerned there might be a storming of the court by the Cooper faithful. Security is here to ensure everybody's safe. It looks like Fasmin will be taking the ball the length of the court. If Cooper fouls, Fasmin will get 2 free throws. A 2 will tie, a 3 will win. Cooper's going to pressure the ball up top. The ball goes to Zatz. Zatz goes all the way to the basket and dribbles it out of bounds. And that is the game. That is the game. Cooper wins 47-45. They will advance to the Tier 1 bracket.
funny. Usually in May, I've been trying to put them on a rack.
Really? Yeah. I've been trying to see if I can get more in, like,
When I get what? These? These Chris's. It's not mine. You see that?
You'll have like everything. Yeah. You're hitting the limiter though.
It's because I'm snapping right in front of it.
You're still hitting the limiter.
I mean,
Don't look at the numbers on the bad boys. They're not. We're gonna get it right.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to first round play here at the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational Tournament here at the Memphis Sports and Event Center in Memphis, Tennessee. As we have first round play here as we have the Hafter Hawks taking on the Valley BC Wolfpack. This matchup here is a cross-country matchup as the Wolfpack traveling here from Valley Village, California. Meanwhile, the Hafter Hawks hailing all the way from Lawrence, New York. So certainly a spectacular matchup ahead as we have first round play here. Huge matchup here as it's the 6 versus the 11 seed. The 6 seed being the Wolfpack and the 11 seed being the Hafter Hawks. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Hafter Hawks wearing navy blue uniforms with red accent, white lettering, and the Valley Wolfpack in the grayish jerseys with the light blue shorts. It appears we're having some sort of technical difficulties here, but should be getting started here any minute now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in here on MemphisYeshivaInvitational.com or YouTube, we are just about to get underway, having a slight delay here this afternoon over some technical difficulties and some staffing things, but we're certainly about to get underway here between the Wolfpack and the Hawks. First round action here in the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational. And if you're not privy to the tournament format, this is round one play with the winner advancing into the Tier 1 bracket and the loser falling into Tier 2. But opening tip-off here in Memphis, Tennessee, and we are underway as the Wolfpack gain possession off the opening tip-off. As we see here, number 7, Emmett Victor, as the point guard, and it looks like they're just going to throw it right out of bounds. Definitely not the way you want to start the basketball game here in the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational, but the Hafter Hawks basketball. We have number 3, Nate Meyer. Nate Meyer, certainly a name that we remember from last year's tournament, as Nate Meyer, certainly an explosive young man. There's Nate Meyer, 4-3, not gonna go. Rebounded by the Wolfpack. 17 of the Wolfpack popping out to number 8. Number 8 thought about a shot. Let's go, gonna reset their offense. Clock. There's a three-point shot there, not gonna fall. Rebounded by the Hawks. Meyer shooting it way down to number 15 of the Hawks. That'll be JoJo Kaplan. Once again, another name from last year. There's lots of familiarity on this Hafter Hawks roster from last season, as the Hawks are gonna have the opening punch here going up 2-0. But the Wolfpack are going to respond very quickly. That's Mir Dan with the easy layup on the other end. We have Salem. That'll be Jacob Salem. Ladies and gentlemen, last year Jacob Salem had his older brother Ness Salem on the roster, but it appears Ness Salem no longer with the Hafter Hawks. But looks like we'll have a personal foul here against the Wolfpack. That foul's going to go against number 17, Veer Asaya Graham. Hafter inbounding the basketball. Meyer to Salem. Salem 4-3. Not going to fall. Offensive rebound by number 4 of the Hawks. And another offensive rebound. And boy, they're not getting shots to fall, but they are certainly aggressive rebounding the basketball. And that's certainly something that Coach Joey Honig of the Hawks has got to be happy about from this program, as the offensive rebounding category could be what it takes to win this basketball game. Shot's not going to fall. Rebounded there by Dan. Wolfpack going quick. Popping out to the corner, and he's going to be stepped right out of bounds. The baseline official with a fantastic call there. Being able to see that foot touch the white line. Freundlich, once again another name from last year's Hafter roster. Freundlich to Kaplan. Kaplan, circus shot, just not gonna go. Rebounded here by the Wolfpack. 2 minutes into this basketball game. A lot of physicality, a lot of defense, and I think that's going to be something that we see all day long here with this basketball game, as number 7 of the Wolfpack, Emmett Victor, with an easy deuce. Screen there by Naumberg. There's Freundlich in the corner. Freundlich to Meyer. Good screen there by Naumberg. There's a layup, not gonna go. A little too strong, bouncing it off the glass. And the Wolfpack are gonna take it to the other end. Number 7 out to 99. Dan, oh my goodness. An absolutely fantastic and one opportunity for number 99 of the Wolfpack, Mir Dan. That's just a pure showing of athleticism there by that young man. Mir Dan, a junior guard, 6-footer, 180 pounds, and he's already seemed to be showing his leadership on the squad. He's now an upperclassman there for the school from Valley Village, California. Here's a shot, and he gets it to go. Substitution into the game for the Wolfpack. Number 1, Eli Libowitz coming into the game for Dan. So Wolfpack off to a good start, leading 7-2 here in opening round play. Salem to number 4, Freundlich. Freundlich, great ball handler, but Salem open 3, and he gets it to go. 3-point bucket there by Jacob Salem. Jacob Salem certainly wanting to make an impact here early on, as you know, this is going to be his last opportunity to have a shot at winning a Memphis Yeshiva championship. As this is his senior year, certainly wanting to make an impact, and looks like we're going to get a flat foul on the floor against the Wolfpack. That'll be on number 9, Aaron List. Should be his first personal foul. That'll be the second team foul against the Wolfpack. And we have a little bit of clock issue again. It appears we have ladies and gentlemen, having a little bit of a technical Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in here on MemphisYeshivaInvitational.com or YouTube, had a little bit of a delay there, had some technical difficulties. Our scoreboard had went out for just a second, but we're back in action, ready to go, as there's a very dangerous pass there by the Wolfpack on Aaron List. Got to be a little smarter on that one, but the Hafter Hawks hitting a three-point shot there on the other end. That's Jacob Salem, once again his second three-point make here in the early going, and we'll have a timeout by the Wolfpack. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back here on MemphisYeshivaInvitational.com. And ladies and gentlemen, we've returned here as the Hafter Hawks with a couple of huge three-point makes here in the early going of this contest. It's all Jacob Salem. Jacob Salem, a wonderful shooter, as he helps his team take the lead, leading 8-7. But we have a lot of activity going on down in the paint, but the Hawks gonna gain possession of the basketball. That's Freundlich. Freundlich to Salem. Salem for three once again, not gonna fall. Offensive rebound by the Hawks. Jacob Salem not afraid to shoot the rock. There's Freundlich, not gonna fall. This Hafter Hawks team very aggressive there on the three-point perimeter. Oh, we'll have an easy layup there by Mir Dan on the other end, and Wolfpack seem to be wanting to play fast, take advantage of any misses by the Hawks. There's Salem with a nice little Euro step, if you will, of some sort, and this young man's talented. There's Dan. Oh, wow, what a move, and we're gonna get a really hard foul as Dan takes a nasty slip onto the hardwood, but he's gonna have two shots to capitalize here at the charity stripe. Dan certainly making an impact here early as he hits that first free throw. Looks like we're gonna have a quick little substitution. Entering the game for the Wolfpacks, number 87, Ethan Rabibo, in for number 17, Devere Asayag Raham. And Dan will hit both shots there. The Wolfpack now lead the game 11-10. There's Nate Meyer for three and gets it to go. Boy, this Hafter Hawks offense really shooting the rock well. And there's just a sloppy turnover there by the Wolfpack. And that'll be another personal foul against Mir Dan. Mir Dan got to be careful. That'll be Mir Dan's first personal foul. That's my correction there. Freundlich with the basketball. Facilitating his offense. Down to Meyer. Not going to get it to go. A little bit of contact out there on the corner, but no foul call. Here's Dan. Dan to Victor. Victor back to Dan. Dan heavily guarded there by Freundlich. Victor. Rabibo. Wolfpack taking their time here on this offensive possession, not having a shot clock here in this game. Really allows teams to take their time in finding the great opportunity that was there by the Wolfpack. All knotted up at 13 with 1:45 remaining. Oh, there we go. Freundlich to Salem. Salem back to Freundlich. Hawks working out their offense here as Salem drives to the basket and gets it to go. A phenomenal layup in traffic there by Jacob Salem. Hawks, or the Wolfpack, looking to respond here. Here's Dan. Dan to Victor. There's a sloppy pass there by Victor. Once again, another turnover by the Wolfpack. Hawks are going to want to respond here. Jacob Salem popping it out to Meyer. Meyer to Freundlich. Freundlich back to Meyer. Meyer to Salem. Salem for three. Not going to fall. 38 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. And that's going to be popped out of bounds, and it'll go off the hands of the Hawks. We're going to stay Valley Wolfpack basketball. And the head coach of the Wolfpack, Leo Schwartzberg, making a few changes. There's a shot there. Not going to go. Offensive rebound by the Wolfpack, and he's going to put it right back up into the cup, and we will have a tie basketball game at 15 apiece with 20 seconds remaining. Freundlich. There's a three-point shot there, not going to go. And we're going to get a foul there with 0.2 seconds remaining. Question we will have to see is, was that a shooting foul or was it not? Yes, it was. There's going to be two shots here. Being shot by the Hafter Hawks. That'll be number 24 of the Hawks, Daniel Nomberg. And that's just a phenomenal opportunity here by the Hawks, but not going to get that one to fall. And boy, if you're the Wolfpack head coach, Leo Schwartzberg, you got to be frustrated at the foul call there as the quarter ended. And he's going to miss both of them. And that will be the end of the first quarter as the Hafter Hawks and the Valley BC Wolfpack all knotted up at 15 apiece. We'll be right back here on MemphisYeshivaInvitational.com. And ladies and gentlemen, back here at the Memphis Sports and Events Center for the 2025 Memphis Yeshiva Invitational. Is right now the 11-seeded Hafter Hawks all knotted up with the 6-seeded Valley BC Wolfpack by a score of 15-15, and just a physical brand of basketball here by both teams. We're having a little bit of a issue here. I believe it's a clock issue. It appears we will restart here in this second quarter of basketball play. Here's Freundlich to Meyer. Shine with the three-point shot, not gonna go. Offensive rebound by Naumburg. Tries to put it immediately up, but not gonna fall. And I'll tell you, if I'm Naumburg, I probably would have brought the ball down, dribbled it out, popped it back out to one of your teammates, tried to reset, but he just got a little antsy. He just wanted to put the shot right back up, but obviously didn't get it to go. And here we see the Wolfpack with an opportunity to take the lead here early in the second quarter. Good ball movement there by the Wolfpack, and a great offensive opportunity as number 17, Veer Asayag Raham, with a big-time layup. But the Hawks facilitating their offense. Heavily guarded there by Dan. Salem with the basketball. Salem gonna drive right to the cup. Lots of traffic, loses the basketball, but we will stay right here with Hafter. Number 33 of the Wolfpack, Adam Buzaglu, checking into the basketball game. Both teams getting set here for this inbound opportunity. Looks like we're going to get another personal foul against the Wolfpack. That'll go against Ben McGarrity. And I'll tell you one thing, if you're the Wolfpack, you have to avoid these foul opportunities. You know, you're obviously going to rack up fouls early, and the last thing you want to do is put your best players in foul trouble, or put any of your players in foul trouble for that matter. Especially here in the early going. Even though this is opening round of the Memphis Yeshiva tournament, this is still a absolutely massive game, as you know, this matchup in and of itself will determine who advances into the Tier 1 bracket and who falls into the Tier 2 bracket. With 20 teams here participating in this tournament, you know all 20 want to have the opportunity to win the whole thing. And that's going to be another foul against the Wolfpack. My goodness, things are certainly getting physical. That foul's going against number 99, Mir Dan, and I believe that'll be his second. Number 87 of the Wolfpack, Ethan Rabibo, checking into the game for number 33, Adam Buzaglu. Freundlich trotting the ball up the floor. Freundlich to Salem. Salem to Meyer. Here's Freundlich. Salem being heavily guarded by number 8 of the Wolfpack. Freundlich with a deep three-point shot. Not going to go. Here's Dan. Driving in, draws lots of contact, and he will get fouled going to the line for 2 shots. That foul's certainly going against Freundlich of the Hawks. That's Coach Joey Honig of the Hawks getting ready for a quick substitution here. And Dan not going to get that free throw to fall. Certainly frustrated young man. I've seen him nearly lose his cool quite a few times here early on, but Eli Fishbach checking into the game, seeing his first few minutes of action here in the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational. Salem to Shine. Shine back to Salem. Salem to Meyer. Salem to Meyer. Meyer to Fishbach. Fishbach, Shine. Here's a shot by Fishbach. Not going to fall. Good opportunity there as he had lots of space there. Just cannot get the shot to fall in the cylinder. Emmett Victor being heavily guarded there by Meyer. Victor to Dan. Dan, just tremendous defense there by Meyer. He's just a pest on the defensive end. Dan drives, not gonna go. Meyer, wanting to go fast, drives, cuts all the way to the cup, and not gonna get the layup to fall, just short. 3-point shot, not gonna fall. It's gonna go out of bounds. Will be after Hawks basketball. Here's a substitution into the game for the Wolfpack, number 6. Joey Victor, number 1, Eli Lubowitz, and number 9, Aaron List. Meanwhile, for the Hawks coming into the game is number 15, JoJo Kaplan. As we know, JoJo Kaplan, just a scrappy young individual. Certainly wanting to do whatever it takes to win this basketball game. Salem. Oh my. That's going to be an offensive foul against Jacob Salem. And that was just excellent defensive positioning there by the Wolfpack to draw that charge and have it go their way. Checking into the game for the Hawks, number 21, Matthew Vaisman. And for Jacob Salem. Also here for the Wolfpack coming in, number 99, Mir Dan. As right now, the Wolfpack trying to figure out their substitutions. There for a while, they had about 6 players on the floor, but fortunately, these officials let them figure it out. Now you have some officials that certainly won't wait and try to put the ball back in play, and that'll obviously lead to a technical foul against the team with 6 players on the floor. But here's the Wolfpack. 3-point shot there by Dan. Not gonna fall. A great opportunity there. You can't be upset about that one. Shine. Looking for Meyer. Meyer to Kaplan, and Kaplan cannot capitalize on an easy layup, and you've got to be frustrated. Honestly, if you're both coaches, you have one team on one end not being able to capitalize on easy layups, and on the other end, you have a team just turning the ball over left and right. Looks like we're going to get a reach-in foul. And that will be Mir Dan's 3rd foul, and I'll tell you one thing, I mean, it's still very, very early, and having 3 fouls already, he's 2 fouls away from not playing basketball anymore today. There's a layup there that's not going to go, rebounded by the Wolfpack. 7, popping it out to number 8 of the Wolfpack, 8-17. Wolfpack working the basketball around. Great, great ball movement here by the Pack. Just doing a tremendous job of taking their time and taking advantage of the lack of a shot clock. Drives, goes up, can't get it to go. Physical basketball here in opening round of the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational. And we're going to get a foul call there against the Wolfpack. Hafter going to the line for 2 shots at the charity stripe. That foul's going against number 1 of the Wolfpack, Eli Lebowitz. Number 15, JoJo Kathleen, going to the line for 2. JoJo, a senior guard, standing at 5 feet 10 inches at 180 pounds. And this is one role player on this roster that this team just would not be the same without. He definitely brings a very scrappy attitude, a very scrappy presence about him. Certainly a fantastic piece, especially coming off the bench here for this Hafter organization. Wolfpack, once again, taking their time, these very slow, methodical possessions, certainly looking for an opportunity. Gets one there and capitalizes, and that will be number 17 of the Wolfpack, Devere Asayag Raham, with a massive 3-point shot, and that will extend their lead to 4. Sloppy pass there by Hafter. Ball's going out of bounds, and that will be Wolfpack basketball, and it appears the Hafter Hawks starting to become a little bit frazzled, if you will. As I believe this is currently the Wolfpack's largest lead of the afternoon, as no team has really truly been able to gain any sort of advantage here, but this could be the opportunity that the Wolfpack needs. 17 driving, going up, and gets fouled. And boy, Devere Asayag Raham really starting to show his presence here late in the first half. And that foul is going against number 21 of the Hawks, Matthew Vaisman. Raham nails that first free throw, and checking into the game for the Hawks will be number 2, Jacob Salem, in for number 10, Eli Fishbach. And it's quite obvious that this Hafter Hawks team is just not the same when Salem's not on the floor. So it's very crucial that the Hawks gain some sort of momentum here late in the first half, I should say. Here's a 3-point shot there, and gets that to go, and that's a huge opportunity here for the Hawks, cutting the deficit here to 3 late in the half. Nate Meyer just stealing the basketball right out of that young man's hands, and there's a layup there, but can't get that one to go. And the Wolfpack going to have an easy layup there on the other end. And boy, that last possession for the Hawks, I certainly would have waited a little longer and developed the possession a little bit more than they did. As we're here less than a minute remaining in the second quarter, and I believe we'll have a reach-in foul of some sort against the Wolfpack. Yes, we will indeed. That's going against number 7, Emmett Victor, and that'll be his second personal foul. Meanwhile, Jacob Salem going to the line for 2. As stated earlier, Jacob Salem in his senior year, forward, 6 foot, 190 pounds, and he certainly wants to make an impact here for this final dance, if you will, here in the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational. As here for these last few years, he's been a real difference maker for this Hawks team. So we're down to 45 seconds remaining with the Valley BC Wolfpack leading 25-20. Valley with no fouls to give. Hafter also no fouls to give, with 4 team fouls, and Wolfpack with 5 team fouls, but Wolfpack truly going to take their time once again here in this possession. 7 drives in, pops it out to number 8 for the 3-point shot. Not going to go. Offensive rebound by number 1, and boy, that's just phenomenal hustle there by Eli Lebowitz. We're down to 10 seconds remaining in the half. Shine, here to Salem. Salem wanting to draw contact, step back jumper, and gets it to go. Just a phenomenal step back J there from Salem. But that'll do it here for the end of the first half as the Valley BC Wolfpack leading the Hafter Hawks by a score of 27-22. Join us here in a few minutes as we have second half action for you very, very soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Jake Brewer here in the Memphis Sports and Event Center here for the 2025 Memphis Yeshiva Invitational. As this matchup, we have the 6-seeded Valley-seeded Wolfpack with a 5-point lead over the 11-seeded Hafter Hawks for round one play. Going over some first half stats really fast. First for the Wolfpack. Right now, number 99, Mir Dan, leads the charge with 10 points, while number 17, Veer Asayag Raham with 7 points. Number 7, Emmett Victor, and number 1, Eli Lebowitz with 4 points each, and number 23, Adam Sakoff with 2 points. Meanwhile, for the number 11 seeded Hafter Hawks, only 3 different players on the board here, as number 2, Jacob Salem for the Hawks has 12 points. Number 3, Nate Meyer with 6 points. And JoJo Kaplan with 4 points. So as we see here, 27-22 in favor of the Wolfpack as they get the ball here to start the second half. As we see Emmett Victor with the basketball. Down, passes it over to Dan. Dan being heavily guarded there by Freundlich. Back to Victor. Once again, this Valley Wolfpack team certainly loves to take their time. They stay posed, they stay composed, I should say. And we're gonna have a reach-in foul against the Hawks. Inbounding the basketball in, gets it over to 17, and 17 to 8. 8 pops that to the corner to Dan. Dan driving, being trapped there down by 2 individuals, but being able to get the ball away. We'll get a 3-point shot there by the Wolfpack, not gonna fall. Offensive rebound, ball's loose. Jacob Salem gonna get it, but get it stolen right back. And boy, this is absolute chaos here in the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational, but the Wolfpack extending their lead to 7. Freundlich to Kaplan. Here's Salem, 4-3, not gonna fall. Offensive rebound by Naumburg. And that's gonna be a miss, throws it off the glass, rebounded there by the Wolfpack. Wolfpack taking down to the other end. Number 23, left-handed little floater there, gets it to go, and that will extend the lead. Now 31-22 in favor of the Wolfpack. We'll be right back here on MemphisYeshivaInvitational.com. And we're back here for first round play as the 6-seeded Valley BC Wolfpack with a 9-point lead over the Hafter Hawks. Hafter certainly started the game off with a lot of fight, a lot of resilience. No team really had an advantage there in probably the first maybe 10 minutes or so of the basketball game, but lately here, the Wolfpack truly taking an advantage. As we see here, the Wolfpack heavily guarding the Hawks. And there's once again another turnover. We're gonna get a kicked ball against the Wolfpack, but head coach Lior Schwartzberg certainly did not like that call, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. Freundlich passing it to Salem. Salem popping it back out to Freundlich. Freundlich to Kaplan. Kaplan to Freundlich. Freundlich throwing it over to Salem. And we know Salem loves to score. Salem with a almost dangerous pass to Meyer. There's a shot there, 3-point shot there, not gonna fall. Offensive rebound by Freundlich. This team's not afraid to shoot the rock. Jacob Salem with a circus shot. My goodness. How in the world did that happen? Certainly the exciting, shocking moves that you'll see all weekend here in Memphis. Here's Dan. Dan with a three-point shot and gets it to go. Boy, I don't think anybody expected him to pull up in that very moment as the Wolfpack now with a 10-point lead. And they're looking absolutely phenomenal at this very moment. Their defense is suffocating the Hawks. There's another miss there by the Hawks. Wolfpack gonna slow things down. Victor. Here to Raham. Raham driving. There's going to be a foul there, but it's going to be an offensive foul against Raham. Probably through an elbow of some sort, and baseline official right on top of things, doing his job well. As we have an excellent officiating crew here for this 6-11 matchup. There's Kaplan with a left-handed floater, and that's going to be well short. I'll tell you, I can't tell you the last time Hafter scored the basketball. Victor with the basketball. Victor drives, trying to draw contact, and it's going to be on the floor. That's going to go against number 3 of the Hawks, Nate Meyer. So have a substitution here for the Hawks. 0, Matthew Shine coming into the game for JoJo Kaplan. There's Dan for 3. Not going to fall. Rebounded by Sakoff. Going right up for a layup in traffic. And it is now a 12-point lead for the Wolfpack. If you're Lior Schwartzberg, you've got to be absolutely encouraged, as you know your team started out slow, but boy, they have been absolutely ecstatic here in the early going. There's Salem being trapped there in the corner, but throws that to Meyer, and Meyer with the, I'll be honest here, just a bad pass that it's taken advantage of, and there's going to be a foul against Jacob Salem, and boy, he does not like that one. But Mir Dan, phenomenal job in drawing contact and being able to find the whistle, if you will. Mir Dan capitalizing on the first throw from the charity stripe. As the Wolfpack just slowly grow this lead. Certainly wanting to make a statement here, advance into Tier 1 play. And it is now 40-24 with 3:26 remaining in the third quarter. Shine. There's a shot there by Freudenlight, not gonna fall, and boy, the Hawks have just gone absolutely ice cold, not being able to hit the broadside of a barn here in the third quarter. Aaron List with the basketball. Bounce pass down to Raham. Ball's going to go out of bounds, but will stay Wolfpack basketball. Three-point shot there, not going to go. Rebounded by the Hawks. Woo! And we're going to get a blocking foul against the Hawks. And Jacob Salem just sprinting down the floor. And number 17 of the Wolfpack, Vera Sayad Raham, trying to draw some sort of charge, but not going to get it to go. And that'll be Raham's third personal foul. As here in the third quarter, the Hawks with 3 team fouls. Meanwhile, the Wolfpack with 2 team fouls. Hawks looking for some sort of sign of positivity if they've not scored in quite some time. Jacob Salem pops it out. 3-point shot there. Not going to go. Once again, another miss by the Hawks. Here's Rakoff. Rakoff. Fadeaway J, and got it to go. Freundlich to Salem. Salem down to Nomberg, and not able to capitalize on that easy layup. Just could have floated it in pretty easily. Freundlich. Out to number 0, Matthew Shine for the shot. Once again, another miss by the Hafter Hawks, and it's just one of those days for Hafter. You can get all the great opportunities in the world, but at the end of the day, if you just can't get the ball in the cylinder, it's going to be a tough one. There's the steal there. And that'll be an easy layup there by the Hawks. Finally, some sort of way to stop the bleeding from the Hawks. And, you know, we are only in the third quarter. It's a 16-point deficit. This game's certainly not over if Hafter can just get a few stops and find a few easy baskets, but they have no chance if they're going to allow things that easily. And so we'll have a quick little timeout. It'll be a 30-second timeout by the Hafter Hawks as the Wolfpack lead at 44-26 right here on MemphisYeshivaInvitational.com. And ladies and gentlemen, we've returned here to the Memphis Sports and Event Center as it is all Wolfpack at the moment. Right now they have a huge run. I'm not really sure what the run is, but I know not long ago this game was, what, 16-16 or something along those lines. So, you know, very tight start to this basketball game, but Valley BC certainly found a way to gain the advantage. And it has been all Wolfpack here lately. Matthew Shine with a mid-range J and cuts the deficit to 16. Hafter just desperate for some stops and some scores. And you know, as I said earlier, we are only in the third quarter, so this game certainly not over quite yet, but Hafter's certainly going to have things fall their way. As Emmett Victor and the Valley BC Wolfpack just throwing it right out of bounds, and you've got to be absolutely frustrated. Yes, you're up by 16 points, but you know if you're Lior Schwarzberg, you want to extend this lead as much as possible and give yourself enough breathing room in the fourth quarter to possibly play some of your underclassmen and get those young kids some experience there on the basketball court. There's Shine to Freundlich. Freundlich to Shine. Shine, drive, throws a knee up, but it's going to be a blocking foul. So that'll be 2 shots here coming up for number 0, Matthew Shine. As that foul's going against, I believe, number 6 of the Wolfpack, Joey Victor. Shine, a senior forward, 6 foot, 170-pounder. Once again, just another one of those players. It's his final year for the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational, and he's always going to be hard on himself. He's always going to push himself and his teammates to be as successful as they possibly can, and a big leader on this team, and it's his responsibility to lead this squad and keep them motivated after an early loss here in this tournament. We have a full court, almost a full court heave there, but not going to go. But that'll do it here for the end of the third quarter as the Valley BC Wolfpack lead the Hafter Hawks by a score of 44-28. We'll be right back here on MemphisYeshivaInvitational.com. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back here for the fourth and final quarter of this first round matchup between Hafter and Valley BC. As that second and third quarter, all Valley BC, as they have a comfortable 16-point lead. But yes, even if they are comfortable, they still can't give up quite yet because, well, I'll tell you, 8 minutes is certainly more than enough to blow a huge lead if you're not careful about it. But we'll have a foul there against the Wolfpack, and Zuckerman of the Hawks. That's not sure if that is Aiden or Jake Zuckerman, but either way, he missed that first free throw. But he gets that second one to go. Cuts the deficit down to 15 with 7:50 remaining here in the fourth quarter. But here's Dan. Dan with a mid-range floater there and gets it to go. Here's Meyer. Freundlich. There's Meyer for three. Not going to fall. Rebounded by Dan. Dan to Victor. Victor. Out to Rakoff. Rakoff bobbling the basketball. It's going to be stolen by the Hawks. And here's Freundlich. Freundlich back out to Shine. Shine throws it way out into the corner. And it's going to be a missed three-point shot, just barely bouncing in and out. Here's Victor. Victor driving right under the basket. Not going to be able to get that circus shot layup to fall. As we are now 6:30 remaining here in the fourth quarter. There's a three-point shot there, not gonna go. Rebounded by the Hawks. Hawks going quick, and they gotta. And that will be a missed layup there with a timeout called by the Wolfpack. So we have 6:14 remaining in the fourth quarter. We'll be right back.
Let's go. We're playing. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. There is 6:14 remaining here in the fourth quarter with Wolfpack with a nice, comfortable 17-point lead. And you know, if you are the Wolfpack, certainly want to take your time on some of these possessions. Don't want to go super fast-paced, but at the end of the day, all you want to do is just do whatever it takes to come out of here with a victory. As they've not given up any sort of ground since the beginning of the fourth quarter, but Hafter's head coach Joey Honick yelling at his players to play more pressurized defense. That layup's not going to go, but Eli Fischbach with an opportunity for a rebound, but just kind of bobbles the ball going right out of bounds, and it will stay with the Wolfpack. There's a shot there, and gets it to go. That's number 6, Joey Victor, with a three-point shot there, and just extending this lead, and I think it's safe to say that the Wolfpack are quite comfortable with this lead at this very point, as Wolfpack still going to keep going strong. There's another three-point shot there. Not going to go. Here's Zuckerman. Fischbach. Drives. Circus shot layup. Not the best shot selection in my opinion. Fischbach out to number 10 for that three-point shot. And that'll be off the mark. Here's 17. Not gonna go. And boy, the Wolfpack just still wanting to sort of run up the score here. Certainly not afraid to shoot threes, that's for sure. You know, it's just one of those other things where we saw in the early going of this basketball game, Hafter had 3 or 4 early three-point makes, and you know, we certainly thought they were going to continue that explosiveness, but there came a point in the basketball game where they just went stagnant. They honestly just never came back to fruition, but we have a timeout here by the Wolfpack. That'll be a 30-second timeout, so we will return here very, very soon. And ladies and gentlemen, with 4:24 remaining in the fourth quarter, the Wolfpack with a very easy full court pass into a layup. as it is now 51 to 29, and this thing's gotten out of hand here. Here's Weiner with a travel as he shuffled both of his feet indeed, and we're going to have a platoon swap here for the Wolfpack. Gabriel Cohen, I believe, getting his first minutes here. Here's 15, bouncing it right off the glass. Hafter trotting the ball back down, tries to throw it up, looking for contact, not going to get anything to go. And the ball will go out of bounds, staying with Hafter. 3:46 remaining in the final quarter. Fischbach going to have a personal foul against number 15, I believe. Yes, it will. 15 against, or a reach-in foul against number 15, Nathaniel Goodman. Here's a shot there, and that's going to be, once again, I believe, another foul against Goodman. This time a shooting foul. That will be 3 personal fouls, 3 team fouls on the Wolfpack here in the final goings. As here going to the line for 2 shots for Hafter is Jake Daniel. Daniel, a junior forward, standing at 5 feet 9 inches, 160 pounds. As he goes 2 for 2 there at the charity stripe, 51-31. And that's a pass that's going right out of bounds. As we see here, the Wolfpack playing many of their younger individuals. So I believe the Hawks are also kind of following that same little system. Just playing some of your younger guys, getting them some experience, as we see a 3-point shot there from Zuckerman. That'll be a good confidence booster for that young man. There's 22 going up, drawing a lot of contact, not going to get a foul call, but there's a 3-point shot there by number 15, Goodman, and that won't fall either. That'll be a missed layup by the Hawks. As the whistle blew, but the players originally did not hear it. I don't believe they, seems as if nobody stopped, but I believe the Wolfpack simply called a timeout. 2:44 remaining in the 4th quarter. Wolfpack leading 51-34. And ladies and gentlemen, we have now hit the 2.5-minute mark here with this opening round matchup. And so we're gonna get a jump ball there on the Wolfpack side of the basketball. And Wolfpack are gonna keep it. 22 gonna go up. Offensive rebound by 45. And we will go to Hafter's side of the floor. Hafter desperate to go fast in this situation because, boy, do they need points and they need them quick. There's Zuckerman for 3, not going to go. Offensive rebounded by 1, down to 15, 15 over to 20. Not going to fall, but the Hawks going to respond with a layup of their own. down to the 2-minute mark of this basketball game. There's a floater there. That's way strong. And boy, number 15 of the Wolfpack, Nathaniel Goodman, just looks sort of nervous to be out here. He has 2 early fouls and missed that opportunity. Just a great pass there by Goodman for an easy layup by number 26, Moshe Asayag Raham. And we're going to get a foul there. Number 22 of the Hawks, Jakey Aaron, I should say, drawing the contact. And going to the line for 2 shots. Jakey Aaron, a junior guard, standing at 5 feet 9 inches, 160 pounds. Can't get that first free throw to fall. Checking into the game, Ethan Fasmin coming in. There's Aaron for 3. That'll be well short. It will be offensive rebounded by number 23 of the Hawks, Jake Zuckerman. However, he stepped out of bounds in that situation. Zuckerman pops it down to Aaron. And can't get the free one to go. But offensive rebound by Ethan Fasman. It tips it in to cut the deficit down to 15 with just 60 seconds remaining. And there is Jake Aaron. Once again, 53-40, 50 seconds remaining. Hawks applying the pressure, doing whatever it takes to try and get something going here. And we'll have another steal there by the Hawks. There's a 3-point shot by Weiner. Not going to go. Zuckerman kind of loops it around, but just can't get any shots to fall right now. And it appears that this will do it for this basketball game with 15 seconds remaining in the game. And it appears that'll do it as the Valley BC Wolfpack defeat the Hafter Hawks by a score of 53-40. Ladies and gentlemen, your Valley BC Wolfpack advancing to the Tier 1 bracket. Meanwhile, the Hafter Hawks dropping to Tier 2 play. That'll do it here for this opening round matchup here in the Memphis Sports and Event Center. I am Jake Brewer bidding farewell, and we will see you here very shortly for more Memphis Yeshiva Invitational action right here in Memphis, Tennessee. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to opening round play of the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational Tournament here inside the Memphis Sports and Event Center in Memphis, Tennessee. Hello, my name is Jake Brewer. I'll be your commentator, play-by-play, color commentator, analyst, whatever you want to call it, as we have a, like I said, opening round matchup between the 3-seeded Davis Renov Staller Wildcats taking on the 14-seeded Charles E. Smith Jewish Day School Lions. It's going to be a good one here as the Wildcats coming to their first game here of this tournament. Meanwhile, the Lions already their second game of the day, as earlier on in the day they defeated the Maimonides MCats by a score of 53-45 in the preliminary round, if you will. So, going to be a good one here for you this afternoon. Going to go over starters really fast. First for the Wildcats, we have player 0, Gaby Spodek. Number 1, Elisha Tassadi. Number 3, Michael Frund. Number 24, Yitz Bennett. And number 31, Michael Solomon. Head coach for the Wildcats is Moshe Cohen, and assistant coach Jonathan Baez. Meanwhile, for the Charles E. Smith Jewish Day School Lions, your starters: number 1, Caden Mott; number 5, Dylan Shank; number 12, Jesse Fisher; number 21, Cyrus Blumenthal; and number 23, Leo Steindecker. Head coach for the Lions, Ryan Esco. Assistant coaches Jacob Cross and Matt Landy. Lions in these royal blue uniforms with white numbers and letters with yellow trimming. Meanwhile, the Wildcats in white uniforms with green letters, font, and green trimming as well. Gonna be a good one for you, as the Wildcats are the 3 seed, the Lions are the 14 seed. So, that being said, the Wildcats are in the possibility of being in the upset alert category for you here in this tournament. But we are here underway, and it's going to be already an easy score less than 5 seconds in. That will be number 1, Elisha Tassadi here for the easy deuce. Like I said, the Lions with a 53-45 victory earlier against the Maimonides MCats. I was fortunate enough to call that game earlier with my broadcast partner Dylan Maharg, but that was a tough, hard-fought game for the Lions, and they were able to come away. But I'll tell you one thing, I believe that this Wildcats organization is a little bit tougher of opponent than the MCats were. So we shall certainly see what happens here on this Thursday afternoon inside the Memphis Sports and Event Center, as we see Dylan Shank trotting the basketball up the floor. Shank throwing it over to Blumenthal. Blumenthal for 3 and gets it to go. And that's one thing about this Lions basketball team. Anytime they score, boy, their bench is going to absolutely explode. They have a very adamant head coach. Ryan Esco does a phenomenal job of really motivating his players, getting his guys fired up for upcoming matchups. And boy, this one's going to be a good one, as the winner of this basketball game will advance into Tier 1 play of the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational. Meanwhile, the loser will drop down to Tier 2 play. So, ball is going out of bounds, as it is knocked out there by CES JDS. As Saidi will throw the ball in. Here's Spodek. Spodek to number 31. 31 throwing it down to number 1 for a 3-point shot, and that's not going to go. And it will be a little bit of confusion there, as the Wildcats took the shot and it was rebounded by the Lions, and the Lions kind of played hot potato there for a little bit and let the ball go out of bounds. The official originally said it was going to stay Lions basketball, which certainly did not make sense, but fortunately he immediately caught it, understood the mistake that was made, and gave the ball back to the Wildcats. As we see the Lions bring the ball back down the floor, heavily guarded there by the Wildcats. There's a shot there, and got it to go. Another three-point shot there. My goodness, hot start here for the Lions, and this is exactly what they're going to need to pull off an upset. They're going to need to hit a lot of shots, get a lot of things to fall their way with a little bit of luck. They are the 14 seed playing a 3 seed, so hot start here for the Lions, and an excellent defensive stand for the boys in the blue and gold. Here's Shank. Shank looking, throwing it over to number 12 for 3, and not going to get that one to go, but great opportunity there, great shot selection. I'm sure Coach Ryan Esco will take that all day long. Here's a three-point shot opportunity. Dylan Shank, my goodness, three-point shots made here for the Lions, and it's going to be a timeout by the Wildcats. We'll be right back here on Memphis YeshivaInvitational.com. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at the Memphis Sports and Event Center as the Charles E. Smith JDS Lions with an absolutely ecstatic start as they have a 9-2 lead. All 9 of their points have been from the three-point arc, and that's certainly something head coach Ryan Esco talked to me about here before the game. He said if they were going to have a chance in this game, they had to be aggressive shooting the basketball. They had to have a high shooting percentage, so they're going to do anything that it takes here, both offensively and on the defensive end, to escape somehow with a victory against the 3-seeded Wildcats. As you see there, an easy layup, cutting the deficit down to 5, 9-4 in favor of the Lions. Here's Shank. Here's Blumenthal. Shit. Here in the first quarter, 5 minutes, 2 seconds remaining as the Lions lead 9-4. There's Caden Mott with a reverse layup. And boy, head coach of the Wildcats, Coach Cohen, very frustrated with his team's defensive stand, but here it's 11-4, and number 24 going up with a contested layup. Not going to go. Another excellent defensive stand by the Lions. Fisher here to Mont. Mont, bounce pass. Not going to fall. Offensive rebound. Tries to pop it out, but that's just going to be a sloppy turnover there by the Lions. Here's Sadie. Sadie down to Bennett. Bennett cutting all the way to the cup for an easy layup. And that'll be 11-6 with 4 minutes remaining here in the first. Here's Blumenthal. Blumenthal back out to number 12, Jesse Fisher, for a three-point shot. Won't go. Wildcats going quick. Dangerous pass down to 31. Three-point shot. Not going to fall. Rebounded by Blumenthal. Blumenthal to Shank. Shank to Mont. Mont back to Schenk. Here's Blumenthal. 3-point shot there and gets it to go. That's now their largest lead of the game, 14-6. Here's Spodek to Sadie. Tipped away by Schenk. Sadie. And we're going to get a foul there on the floor. As we'll have some substitutions coming into the game. First for the Lions, we have number 25, Matthew Stillman, and number 13, Jacob Lipsky. Meanwhile, coming out of the game for the Wildcats is number 12, Gabriel Aharon. There's Bennett driving to the basket and gets absolutely hacked. And he's going to go to the line for 2 shots at the charity stripe. Number 24 at the line, Yitz Bennett. Gets that first shot to fall. Bennett, a senior forward, 6 feet 2 inches, weighing at 190 pounds. Here's Schenk. Fisher. Lipsky, mid-range J, gets it to go. Boy, just a hot start here for the Lions. I'm going to be very interested to see if they can keep up with this momentum. We know the Wildcats being a 3 seed, they can turn it around at any moment, but so far it's been all Lions basketball. Mid-range J, not gonna go, offensive rebound, and not gonna get that one to fall. Another rebound, and we're going to have a push in the back and over the back foul, if you will, against number 41 or 31 of the Wildcats, Michael Solomon. We've now played 6 minutes here in the first quarter. Here's Lipsky driving to the cup, and just an in and out layup. Boy, that would have been huge, taking a double-digit lead here in the early going, but could not get it to fall. Here's Spodek. Bounce pass. Sadie drives, drawing contact, tries to throw it up, not gonna get a whistle, and boy, the Wildcats aren't happy about that one. Turnover here by the Lions. Sadie drives to the cup, draws contact and gets the whistle that time, and he's going to the line for 2. Fouls going against number 13 of the Lions, Jacob Lipsky. Elisha Saidi, junior guard, a 6-footer, 150 pounds, as number 23, Leo Steindecker, and number 1, Cade Mont checking into the game for number 12, Jesse Fisher, and number 25, Matthew Stillman. Sadie capitalizing at the charity stripe, cutting the lead down to 6. Here is Schenk, trotting the ball down the floor. Bounce pass down there in the paint. Mid-range J, can't get it to fall, bounces off the back iron. Spodek drives, draws a lot of contact and gets absolutely hacked, and boy, I don't know why the Lions are complaining about that one. That was as easy as it gets, as he just gets slapped right in the face. on that one. Here's KB Spodek going to the line. Not going to get that one to fall. Meanwhile, number 32 of the Lions checking in, Shia Messler. And number 13 of the Wildcats, Aria Oppenheimer, checking into the game. And boy, just a lack of poise there by the Lions, as there will be a lane violation against them. And boy, as a serious underdog as the Lions are, that's certainly something you do not want to have. You do not want to expose yourself to those types of mistakes, especially against a wonderful team such as the Wildcats. But here's Dylan Shank being met at the half-court line with defensive presence. Shank. Steindecker feeding the basketball down there to Messler. Messler with an easy layup. Here's Spodek driving, and he's going to get fouled. It's going to be a reach-in. I believe it will be against number 1, Caden Monton. Boy, Mont's not happy about it, but this will put the Wildcats in the bonus. So that will be 2 automatic shots, which is really a relatively new rule. See, beforehand in high school basketball, up to a certain point, you had 1-and-1 free throw opportunities, but it appears that the National Federation of High School Basketball rules did away with the 1-and-1, and we are now just shooting 2 free throws here on the high school level. As the Wildcats slowly trying to cut the deficit, they now trail by just 5 points, and still just a great start by the Lions, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a full 32-minute battle of basketball. Wildcats are not going to give up easily. Down to 2 seconds. Here's a and not going to be able to get a shot there, and that'll do it here for the end of the first quarter as the Charles E. Smith JDS Lions with a surprising lead over the 3-seeded Wildcats by a score of 18-13. This is Jake Brewer on the MemphisYeshivaInvitational.com website. We'll be right back with more basketball action. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Memphis Sports and Events Center for the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational as the Charles E. Smith JDS Lions with an exciting start here as they are the drastic underdog, and boy, they certainly looked great in that first quarter as they have a 5-point lead. At one point they led by, I believe, 10 points. But here they are with an 18-13 lead as we see there a reach-in foul against number 1, Elisha Sadie. And just a very quick foul with not even 3 seconds into the quarter. That's certainly something you do not want to put your guys in foul trouble. But here's Solomon giving it to Sadie. Sadie to Spodek. Spodek, hard screen there by Oppenheimer. Wildcats developing their offense. Sadie tries to have a little give and go down there to number 31 Solomon, but it obviously did not go the way that they expected, and they got a turnover there. Lions really getting in those passing lanes, being as aggressive as it gets on the defensive end to do whatever it takes to pull off this very rare possible upset. And I think it's safe to say that the Wildcats are on some sort of an upset alert here in the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational. And one thing you also have to remember is, this is the Lions' second game of the day, so, I don't know if it's, they have not sure if they just have more poise, more chemistry right now because they're already, almost a game and a half in, or the Wildcats have just fallen asleep, or if the Lions are just more talented. But there's a three-point shot there by the Wildcats, cutting the lead down to 2, and the Lions are going to have to figure something out here to try to gain the advantage, because the Wildcats have kind of slowly but surely and methodically brought themselves back into this basketball game. Here's Caden Mont. Mont. Here's Blumenthal, an excellent three-point shooter that is. Steindecker, Blumenthal. Blumenthal, one-legged shot, I should say, and gets it to go. Boy, this kid is talented. Leo Steindecker, a senior center, 6'3", 200-pounder. I'm sorry, that's Cyrus Blumenthal, our senior guard, 5'10", 160-pounder. Either way, this kid is absolutely talented and has a bright future here in the game of basketball. Dylan Schenk. Down to Messler. Messler with an easy layup, a great cut to the basket. And the Wildcats pay the price. Here's Spodek driving. Wow. A nice little Euro step with a little bit of English off the glass. Phenomenal opportunity, phenomenal performance, phenomenal shot, if you will, by that young man for the Wildcats. Here's Blumenthal. Blumenthal to Mont. Mont drives, has a lane, and gets the layup. 24-18 Lions. And another steal there by the Lions. Great pass. A little bit of a strong pass, I should say. And that could have been another great opportunity for the Lions to extend this lead. And circus shot there by Elisha Sadie, and just bounces it off the glass. But Coach Esco for the Lions wants a timeout. 24-18 midway through the second quarter. We'll be right with you. And ladies and gentlemen, 4 minutes and 2 seconds remain here in the second quarter, while the Charles E. Smith JDS Lions putting a little bit of a scare here against the Wildcats as they lead at 24-18, feeding the ball inside. And right now, you know, obviously the Lions, the 14 seed, and the Wildcats, the 3 seed, but you know, they're making it look like it's the other way around. The Lions just simply, honestly, they only have a 6-point lead, but it just feels a lot more dominant, you know, than a 6-point lead. They just seem like the better basketball team at the moment. They seem more well put together, well knit, and more prepared to succeed in this tournament. Meanwhile, Wildcats slowly trying to just keep this thing alive, keep this thing in reach. And they brought it to within 2 here just moments ago, but the Lions with another exciting response. Here's the Wildcats, mid-range J, in and out for the Wildcats. Rebounded, but again, just a sloppy turnover by the Lions. Those are the kinds of opportunities you can't lead if you want to come back. And the Wildcats gonna give it right back to them, but the Lions again with another turnover. Here's Gaby Spodek with the basketball. Giving it to Bennett. Bennett back down to Spodek. Spodek to Sadie. Screen by Bennett. Sadie. Down to Bennett. Bennett to Spodek. Spodek with a shot and will get fouled. Number 2 of the Lions, Theo Perlman, landing in Spodek's landing zone, and that will lead to 2 free throw opportunities for the Wildcats. And boy, the Wildcats, like I said, they're doing what it takes to keep this, you know, really a basketball game, keeping it within striking distance, but man, they just do not look commanding. They don't look quite that impressive here as a 3 seed. As he hits the shot there. As number 21 of the Lions checking into the game, Cyrus Blumenthal. And hits the second one, going 2 for 2 at the charity stripe. Here is Shank. Shank looking to drive in, gets it down to Blumenthal, almost gets the ball stolen, but Blumenthal gains possession and goes up with the easy layup. Three-point shot there by the Cats, not gonna fall. Rebounded by Shank. Shank wanting to go fast, wanting to look at his options. Blumenthal, 4-3, he's talented, not gonna fall. You know, anytime Cyrus Blumenthal shoots a three-point shot, you're always holding your breath, wondering, man, this is probably gonna go in, but obviously didn't have that one fall that time. Bennett with a contested layup there, cutting the deficit down to 4. But here's Shank as we're now surpassed the 90-second mark remaining here in the first half. Fisher to Blumenthal. Blumenthal wide open mid-range J and gets it to go. And we will have a timeout against the Wildcats as the Lions lead at 28-22 with 72 seconds remaining here in first half of play. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back here as the JDS Lions lead at 28-22 with now 1 minute remaining in the first half, and Wildcats certainly going to look to do something to have some sort of momentum going into halftime, as we'll have a foul there. I believe it will be on the floor if I had to guess. And I am mistaken. We will have 2 shots here for the Wildcats, as they will be taken by number 24, Yitz Bennett. Bennett's a senior forward, 6 feet 2 inches, 190 pounds, as he gets that first one to go. Bennett executes the second shot at the charity stripe, 28-24, 52 seconds remaining. Shank with the basketball. Shank to Fisher. Fisher drives and will draw a foul, drawing the contact, and that is a huge opportunity here for the Lions, as they would love to go into the locker room with as big of a lead as they can possibly get, because like I said, this Wildcats team, they may be trailing, but they are dangerous. They can get hot at any minute, so it's the Lions' job, and you know, Ryan Esco has done a phenomenal job of really containing this Wildcats offense. It's number 3 of the Wildcats, Michael Frund, checking into the basketball game for number 31, Michael Solomon. And misses both shots at the charity stripe. Here come the Wildcats, driving to the basket and gets it to go. 2-point basketball game. Here's Blumenthal, giving it back here to Fisher. Fisher to Shank. Shank, nice pass there to Blumenthal, and it will be blocked. Lions regain possession. Here's a shot from number 32, not gonna fall. Rebounded, down to 5 seconds. Wildcats going quick, and they get an and one opportunity, a phenomenal opportunity at that, as the Wildcats with a chance to regain the lead here very late in the first half. And like I said earlier, the Wildcats, a very dangerous team. They can turn it on at any moment, and that is exactly what they've done here as we come to the near conclusion of the first half. Wildcats leading 29-28, 2.9 seconds remaining, and there seems to be some confusion. Coach Ryan Esco absolutely ecstatic. Boy, he is one of those coaches that really gets animated very easily, if I do say so myself. 2.9 seconds remaining. Here's Caden Mont with a half-court heave, and that's going to be way strong. But that'll do it here in the first half of action here in this 3 versus 14 matchup, as the Davis-Renolf-Staller Wildcats leading the Charles E. Smith JDS Lions by a score of 29-28. We'll be right back momentarily. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to second half action here at the Memphis Sports and Event Center for the 2025 Memphis Yeshiva Invitational Tournament, as we have the Charles E. Smith JDS Lions trailing the Davis Reynolds Stoller Wildcats by just one singular point. But going over just a couple of our scoring leaders, first for the Lions, we have Cyrus Blumenthal with 15 points. Meanwhile, for the Wildcats, Yitz Bennett has 10 points. So these two gentlemen certainly doing whatever it takes to win this basketball game, as we'll have a missed shot there by the Wildcats, but offensive rebound by Bennett and not going to go. Lions taking the ball here on the other end. Shank with a three-point shot, not going to go. Rebounded by the Wildcats. They're going to go quick. Driving to the basket and popping it way back out to number 30, and that's going to be a travel against Shohim Gabe. Dylan Shank. Bounce pass down here to Steindecker. Steindecker going to work the paint here. Steindecker looking back to Shank. Shank to Steindecker. Steindecker. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will be Wildcats basketball. And that's just one of those things, and these types of matchups is, defense truly matters. Defense truly wins championships, and you have to do whatever it takes to just gain the edge, both defensively and offensively. Wildcats trying to extend this lead here. This is only their first lead of the game. They gained the lead with about 2 seconds remaining in the first half, and very, very surprising to see just how close this game has been. Coach Ryan Esco's done an excellent job of keeping this game close and really ugly, if you will. But as a 14 seed wanting to knock off a 3 seed, you have to keep things ugly if you want a chance. But Wildcats now with a 3-point lead. Here's Blumenthal. Blumenthal to Steindecker. Steindecker driving, working, and he's going to get a foul call. And boy, the Wildcats not liking that one. Leo Steindecker, a massive individual, senior center, 6'3", 200-pounder. That foul is going to go against number 31, Michael Solomon, that is his third foul of the contest. So Solomon certainly wanting to be careful here if he wants a chance to remain here in the contest. Steindecker, boy, missed that one badly, and that's going to be Wildcats basketball. East Coast matchup here is the Lions from Rockville, Maryland. Meanwhile, the Davis Reynolds Stoller Wildcats from Woodmere, New York. So certainly glad to have these clubs here for this wonderful, wonderful tournament that we put on every single year. I believe 2007 was the first year that the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational begun, and things have only grown since then. Certainly glad to be here at the Memphis Sports and Events Center, and nice, beautiful facility such as this. As the Wildcats extending their lead, it's now 33-28, and yes, it's only a 2-possession game, but the Lions, I don't want to say they're desperate to score here, but they need some sort of momentum to fall their way. Here's Fisher. Fisher to Shank. Shank with a 3-point shot and gets it to go, and that is exactly what they needed to keep this thing exciting. The Lions bench standing up, chanting defense here. And boy, my goodness, what a shot there by Bennett of the Wildcats. He is easily the best player on their roster at this moment. Here's Shank. Shank down to Blumenthal. Blumenthal being very heavily guarded there on the three-point. Oh my goodness. Blumenthal taking a nasty fall there, and we might need to get a towel or a mop there on the floor, but gonna play here. Had to be some sort of condensation, or maybe there was not enough grip on his shoes, but nonetheless, it's a turnover for the Lions, and Wildcats gonna have another opportunity to extend the lead. Here's a three-point shot by Gabe. Not gonna go. Offensive rebound. And the ball's gonna go out of bounds, and it will stay with the Wildcats. Here's Spodek. Wildcats taking their time with this possession. Driving and gets it to go. Boy, Yetz Bennett making his presence known, as his points are certainly racking up. 37-31 Wildcats. Here's Blumenthal. Blumenthal thought about a three, passing it over to the Lipsky. Lipsky throwing it down there to number 12, Jesse Fisher. And that's just one heck of a layup there in traffic with defense, with somebody right on him. Gets it to go anyway. 3:45 remaining here in the third quarter. 37-33 Wildcats. Wow. And once again, Yetz Bennett with another huge layup there. 39-33 with a Wildcats lead, and Coach Ryan Esco is going to want a timeout. We will be right back. And ladies and gentlemen, we're back here as we are midway through the third quarter for this first round matchup. And the Lions started the game off with a very shocking lead. I believe they led by up to 9 points at one point, but the Wildcats doing a phenomenal job of just slowly, methodically coming back into the game, and not only coming back into the game, but extending the lead, as there's Cyrus Blumenthal with a phenomenal mid-ranger. The Wildcats certainly showing nothing flashy, but I believe the story of their day has been Yetz Bennett. Yetz Bennett, a lot of points scored. We'll be able to get his total point tally here shortly, but Yetz Bennett has certainly been a force to be reckoned with, and is absolutely giving the Lions fits, if you will. Here's Bennett. Bennett with a phenomenal pass down to 23, and ball's going to go out of bounds, and it will be Lions basketball. Here's Shank. Shank to Stillman. Stillman. Steindecker. Steindecker to Shank for the three, and cuts the deficit down to one. Spodek. Sadie. Sadie to Bennett. Bennett mid-range J. Not going to go. Rebounded by the Lions. Lions working out their offense. Shank with another three-point shot. Not going to go. Rebounded by the Wildcats. Spodek. Spodek throwing the ball down to Bennett. Bennett in traffic, draws a foul, and it will be on the floor. Foul's going against number 25, Matthew Stillman, on the floor. And coming into the game for the Wildcats is number 13 and number 12. Meanwhile, coming out of the game for the Lions is number 13, Jacob Lipsky. Wildcats with another turnover as Steindecker just steals it right out of Spodek's hands. Fisher. Here is Shank for three, not gonna fall. Another great shooting opportunity. Here come the Lions. Lions just right there, and they finally reclaim the lead. And as said earlier, their bench is absolutely on fire right now, really wanting these guys to have another defensive stop. Everybody standing up, excited as it gets. Here's Sadie. As we're less than a minute away here in the third quarter, the Lions still figuring out a way to stay in this basketball game. There's Sadie 4-3. Drew contact, didn't get the foul call. There's going to be a rebound by the Lions, and there will be a foul against the Wildcats. Number 13 of the Wildcats, Araya Oppenheimer, did not like that foul call at all, but I believe that will be Oppenheimer's first. Lions basketball. Fisher trotting the ball down the floor. Fisher to Shank. Shank for three, not gonna go. Ball's gonna go out of bounds, and it will stay Lions basketball. And the Lions doing a phenomenal job of staying aggressive here on the three-point line. And that's what they have to do if they want to be able to come away with a victory here. They've got to be able to hit shots and hit shots in bunches. And it is obvious that the Wildcats very, very frustrated with themselves. Coming into this game, they probably did not expect an easy victory, but they probably also did not expect anything like this. Lions showing a lot of fight, a lot of grit here as the 14 seed. There's Blumenthal, and that's going to be well short, almost saved. Here's a shot, and not going to go. So that'll do it for the first three quarters here in Memphis, Tennessee, as the Charles E. Smith JDS Lions lead the Davis Renoff Staller Wildcats by a score of 40-39. We'll be right back here at the Memphis Sports and Event Center. And ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this as the Charles E. Smith JDS Lions, a 14 seed here in the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational, on top of the 3-seeded Davis Renoff Staller Wildcats, 40-39. They have kept it a fight all day long. Earlier in the third quarter, the Wildcats gain about a 6 to 7 point lead, but the Lions just fighting and clawing, remaining in this basketball game, and you got to give a lot of credit to the coaching staff, the players, the staff, the administration, everybody involved, as they want to do whatever it takes to come away with a victory. Here's Shank with the basketball at the top of the perimeter. Here's Fisher having the ball swatted away. Gets it over to Lipsky. Lipsky back to Shank. Shank to Blumenthal. Blumenthal down to Steindecker. Steindecker, Blumenthal. Blumenthal drives, floater, and gets fouled. Fouls going against number 31 of the Wildcats, Michael Solomon, and that will be his 4th foul. And boy, if Michael Solomon fouls out of this one, that will take away a lot of length, a lot of size, and a defensive presence, and that will be a huge blow for the Wildcats if he happens to gain his 5th foul. As we see there, Cyrus Blumenthal with a made free throw attempt there, and that will make 2 made free throw attempts on that trip. 7:20 remaining. Lions lead by 3. Spodek. Here's Solomon. And we will get a timeout by the Wildcats. Number 24 yet's been trapped in the corner, and Coach Moshe Cohen going to call a timeout. We'll be right back here on MemphisYeshivaInvitational.com. And ladies and gentlemen, back here at the Memphis Sports and Event Center, we've played now 1 minute and 2 seconds here in the 4th quarter, and JDS still hanging around, still fighting, still doing whatever it takes to somehow escape with a victory against the 3-seeded Wildcats. But here's Sadie. Sadie drive, trying to draw contact. And we're going to have an offensive foul, a massive call by the baseline official. That's Elisha Sadie's 3rd personal foul. And Dylan Shank driving in and drawing the contact. And he's going to the line for 2 more free throw opportunities. And ladies and gentlemen, that is now 31, Michael Solomon's 5th foul, meaning he is done for the afternoon. And boy, that is a huge blow for the Wildcats. 6:31 remaining, and you lose your 6-footer. Not only that, you lose your senior. You're losing that experienced leader on your squad. But coming into the game is number 21 for the Wildcats, Noah Bornstein, getting in his first minutes. And number 13, Aria Oppenheimer, coming into the game for number 30, Shoham Gabe. Dylan Shank with 2 huge free throw opportunities here. And gets the first one to fall. Now a 2-possession game here with this 3 versus 14 matchup. Can't get that one to go. Wildcats with the basketball. They're going quick. Wildcats driving. Throws it up for an and 1. That is number 0, Gabby Spodek. And that shot will count, and he's going to the line for one. And he gets that one to go. It's now a 1-point game. Things are getting down into crunch time. 43-42 in favor of the Lions. Here's a pass out to Steindecker. Steindecker going to look at his option, review his options, if you will, and gets it over to Shank. Shank. Great pass down to Steindecker. Here's Blumenthal, and he's going to get fouled at the 3-point line. Just want to make sure we confirm that it is a 3-point foul. And yes, it is indeed. Cyrus Blumenthal going to the line for 3. And boy, if you're a head coach of the Wildcats, Moshe Cohen, you have to be frustrated as the possession down here before you have an and-one opportunity, a 3-point possession, and now you're assuming Blumenthal hits all of these free throws. You've given up another 3-point opportunity, so certainly trading buckets this time of the game is not what you want as the losing team, or as the trailing team, I should say. It's Caden Mott checking into the game for Jacob Lipsky. And I'll tell you this, Charles E. Smith JDS Lions program, they are sneaky, and already with a now 4-point lead against the 3 seed. Certainly scaring the Wildcats. There's no telling what other programs here in this tournament that they can sort of shock or scare of some sort. And boy, Moshe Cohen is absolutely fuming in frustrations over his team performance. Here is Shank. Shank to Steindecker. Steindecker to Fisher. Fisher way over to Blumenthal. Blumenthal, bad pass. Miscommunication there by the Lions. Here's a 3-point shot. Not going to go. Offensive rebound. Spodek. Great pass. Phenomenal pass, if you will, down to Bennett. And it is now a 2-point game. Wildcats bench is getting rowdy. Here is Shank with an easy opportunity, and he doesn't get it to go, but we will have a reach-in foul, and that is certainly going against number 21 of the Wildcats, Noah Bornstein. And boy, that foul is definitely going to hurt us. We have 5 minutes remaining, and the Lions are already in the bonus, so anytime they get fouled from here on out, they're going to the line for 2 shots. And with that being said, Coach Ryan Esco is going to tell his guys to, find the whistle, draw contact, try to do whatever it takes to get as many free throws in as possible. So it is now 48-44 with less than 5 minutes remaining. 21 driving, and he's going to have a lot of contact. We will have 2 more free throws coming here for the Cats. That foul's going against number 23, Leo Steindecker. But Noah Bornstein, a senior guard, a 5 feet 7 inches, 150-pounder, bounces that free throw in. Can't get that one to go. Rebounded by the Lions. Indeed, this is the point in the basketball game where you definitely want to take advantage of all your free throw opportunities. You cannot let anything slip through your fingers. And boy, Shia Messler, not sure what that was, but paying the price on the other end with Yitz Bennett with yet again more points for that young man. 48-47. Here's Blumenthal. Can't get it to go.
Go, go, all the way.
Coach Ryanesco wanted a foul. We're going to get a reach-in foul here on the floor going against number 5, Dylan Shank. And, you know, quite honestly, that's a very smart foul to get him at that point, because if you make contact with the guy any closer to the basket, you know the offensive guy is always going to go up for the layup, and it'll easily be a 2 free throw trip. But luckily this one's on the floor, so no free throws coming up here for the Wildcats. There's number 13, a great defense there by Messler. Here is Shank. Shank to Blumenthal. Blumenthal for 3. Can't get it to go. Kind of a forced shot there. That's not great. Bennett driving and gets fouled there by Blumenthal. And the Wildcats going to the line for 2 with a chance to regain the lead here in the late going. Bennett with a rare miss at the charity stripe is number 23 of the Lions, Leo Steindecker, checking in for Shia Messler. And Steindecker, you know, with a little bit of an energy boost now after being on the bench here for the last few minutes. And Steindecker certainly a massive presence out there on the floor, a huge piece to this Charles E. Smith Jewish Day School program. Here is Shank. Shank bounce pass down there, and that's going to be a reach-in foul against number 21, Noah Bornstein, and that means 2 more shots here for the Lions. And again, these are the moments here in the basketball game where you almost have to be conservative in your defensive pressure, because, you know, the more aggressive you are, the more likely the chance you're going to foul the opposition, which obviously sending guys to the free throw lines, you're just putting yourself in a bad position to have any sort of winning success in this late game situation. But Lions split the free throws, and that's going to be a very hard foul against the Lions. This game certainly has slowed down, very physical on both sides. That foul's going against number 13 of the Lions, Jacob Lipsky, which is his 4th foul. And boy, as a senior, you definitely cannot hurt your team in fouling out. As we see Yitz Bennett. We're down here with 3 minutes, 13 seconds remaining. The Wildcats leading by just 1 point, thanks to the help of Yitz Bennett with 26 points, over half of his team's points. But there's Caden Mont with a huge little floater there in traffic. 51-50, less than 3 minutes remain. Here's Spodek. Tremendous defense by the Lions. Lions are going to push. There's number 13, Lipsky, and not going to get it to go. Offensive rebound, Shank getting the ball back. Here's Blumenthal. Blumenthal going to draw some contact, and that will be a foul against Bennett. And boy, I'll tell you, I mean, these officials have certainly done a wonderful job and, you know, calling everything the right way, but you know, I'll be honest, to me, from my angle, that one looked a little soft. But regardless, number 21 of the line, Cyrus Blumenthal, going to the line for 2. It's that one to fall. And it is now a 53-50 lead, and the Lions are going to call a timeout. Coach Ryan Esco wants to go over some things with his young men, and 2:38 remaining. We'll be right back on MemphisYeshivaInvitational.com.
Point shot foul. Ref, by the way, the 3-point shot foul is called. I know.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with 2:33 remaining, with the Lions leading by 3 points. 3-point shot there, not going to go, and we've got an and-one opportunity by the Wildcats, and my goodness, this thing's going right down to the wire here in Memphis. As that foul's going against number 23 of the Lions, Leo Steindecker, but just phenomenal awareness there by Gibe Spodek. And boy, this gentleman, you know, he may not have the most points out of his team, but he's certainly carried his teammates on his back. Showing a lot of facilitation, a lot of vision, a lot of potential in this senior guard. Huge possession here for the Lions. Here is Schenk. Schenk to Blumenthal. Blumenthal to Schenk. Schenk has space, shoots it, not gonna go. Rebounded by the Wildcats. 2 minutes remaining. Oh my goodness, a steal by the Lions, and it will stay Lions basketball. And head coach Moshe Cohen of the Wildcats super frustrated at the lack of poise that is that last turnover. Here is Lipsky. Lipsky to Schenk. Schenk. Blumenthal. Down to 100 seconds remaining. Oh my goodness. No foul call. Wildcats want a foul call. Here's Lipsky, and there will be a travel there on Jacob Lipsky. And we will have a timeout here for the Wildcats. 1:29 remaining. We are all knotted up at 53. It's going down right to the wire here, folks. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now down to 1 minute 29 seconds remaining. 53-53 for this 3 versus 14 seeded matchup. And Lions just doing whatever it takes to hang on and survive. Meanwhile, the Wildcats also doing whatever it takes to escape this trap game for this organization. But 1:29 remaining, it's going to be Wildcats basketball. Boy, things are absolutely electric in the Memphis Sports and Event Center, as this could be the upset for the ages. As here's number 1, Elisha Sadie to Bennett. Bennett has been red hot. She has over half of his team points. Here's Spodek. Wildcats going to take their sweet time here. Spodek to Bennett. Bennett to Sadie. Sadie killing the clock here. We're down to 35 seconds. Lions still not applying the pressure. Wildcats certainly going to hold it here for the very last shot. And we will have a timeout called by the Wildcats. 14.6 remaining. This thing's getting absolutely exciting. And boy, this is a good one as the winner of this advances into Tier 1 play. Meanwhile, the loser drops into Tier 2 play. And boy, if you're the 3-seeded Wildcats, this is certainly a moment like you cannot possibly imagine dropping into Tier 2 play. Meanwhile, the Lions, a lot of credit to this team, a lot of credit to this coaching staff for fighting and clawing their way into this moment. Both teams with 5 team fouls, so any other foul called from here on out is going to lead to 2 free throws. So certainly you have to be careful if you are the Lions by not fouling, staying sort of conservative, if you will, on the defensive forefront. Just playing good defense without playing overly aggressive, because overly aggressiveness almost imminently leads to foul calls. It's 14.6 remaining. Going to be Wildcats basketball. Number 1, Elisha Sadie with the basketball. Down to 10 seconds. A nice push off. Fade away. Can't get it to go. Ball is loose. What's going to happen? Here's a shot. And we are going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. What a finish there. As this thing's not over yet, we are all knotted up at 53 apiece as the Charles E. Smith Jewish Day School Lions holding on against the Davis Renoff Staller Wildcats, 53 all. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at the Memphis Sports and Event Center, as this has certainly been the game of the day, game of the tournament thus far, as we are all knotted up at 53 apiece between the 14-seeded Charles E. Smith Jewish Day School Lions and the 3-seeded Davis Renoff Staller Wildcats. Boy, if you're head coach Ryan Esco, you got to be pulling your hair out, trying to do whatever it takes to survive. Meanwhile, the head coach for the Wildcats, Moshe Cohen, is also pulling his hair out because of the frustrations of not being able to put away a 14-seed opponent. You know, this is a perfect example of not looking past anybody, as really anybody in this tournament has a chance to win it all, as this overtime period will be 4 minutes long. Bennett driving, gets the and one, and what a way to start this overtime period. Foul's going against number 13, Jacob Lipsky, and that will be Lipsky's 5th foul, which is a huge blow to this Lions team, as Lipsky was not their high scorer, but boy was he a presence. But nothing but props to that young man, a senior forward, but fortunately he did just enough to motivate the substitute coming in from Jesse Fisher into filling in for his shoes. Now 55-53, number 5, Dylan Schenk. Schenk to Blumenthal, 4-3, not gonna go. Great opportunity. Here's Bennett. Bennett driving quick, drawing lots of contacts, gets it to go anyway. I don't know how that one was not a foul call, but 4-point lead here for the Wildcats. 3:14 remaining. Schenk to Blumenthal. Blumenthal, mid-range J, draws contact and gets the foul. Foul's going against Arya Oppenheimer. And he's certainly just got an earful from head coach Mache Cohen. Cyrus Blumenthal with a massive free throw opportunity here. Here's the shot, and gets it to go. 2-point game, 3 minutes remaining. Here's Spodek. Spodek driving, layup, gets it to go, and that is a massive and one for the Wildcats.
One shot.
Spodek capitalizes at the charity stripe. Now a 5-point lead for the Wildcats, and now is the time for the Lions to respond. There's a wonderful bounce pass and gets it to go. They wanted a foul, not gonna get it, and I certainly would have to agree with the officials here. I definitely did not think that was a foul. Good non-call by the officials. 60-57 in favor of the Wildcats. Wildcats in white uniforms with green trimming. Meanwhile, the Lions, blue uniforms, yellow trimming. Can't get the layup to go, but gets that one off the bounce. And we will have a timeout called by the Lions. What a basketball game. And ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes, 12 seconds remaining with the 3-seeded Wildcats leading the 14-seeded Lions 60-59. And each and every possession from here on out is going to be absolutely massive and can certainly change the trajectory of not only the rest of this game, but for the rest of the fate of each of these teams' tournament chances. There's a lot of contact drawn there, and it's going to be on the floor, but regardless, going to be 2 shots at the charity stripe coming in for the Wildcats. Not sure who that foul was against. But Elisha Sadie going to the line for 2. Gets the first one to go. And capitalizes on the second one. Quick substitution here for the Wildcats. Coming into the game is number 12, Gabriel Aharon. And for number 1, Elisha Sadie.
Hey, that's the start of the game.
62-59, 150 remain. Here is Shank. Lions need a score. Lions to Fisher. Fisher driving. Oh my goodness, a turnover for the Lions, and that could be costly. Wildcats looking to capitalize. Certainly going to slow things down. There's Bennett. Down to 80 seconds remaining. Bennett driving, draws the foul. And Ryan Esco not liking that one, but boy, these free throws could be huge. And Bennett hitting the first free throw, and boy, he now has 31 points. Make that, well, 31 it still is. Ball's gonna go out of bounds, and it will go in favor of the Lions, but Yitz Bennett, 31 points. By himself, that is. We're now down to 1:10 remaining. Lions are gonna need something. Blumenthal for 3, not gonna go, a little bit of a force, but number 12, Jesse Fisher, is there to clean up the mess. 63-61. Spodek. And we're gonna get a timeout called, 40.9 remaining here in the overtime period, as I believe this will be a 30-second timeout, but regardless, it's 63-61 in favor of the Wildcats. Can they hold on? We will find out here very, very soon. And ladies and gentlemen, we're back here in crunch time of the Memphis Yeshiva Invitational as there are 40.9 seconds remaining with the Wildcats leading the Lions 63-61. Spodek with the basketball. Will the Lions foul intentionally? We shall see. Sadie with the ball, and he will be fouled by number 5, Dylan Shank. There will be 2 opportunities to extend the lead at the charity stripe for number 1, Elisha Sadie. That's a 2 huge opportunities, and he gets the first one. Here's Sadie. Misses that one. And the Lions are still alive. And we'll have a timeout called by Ryan Esco. 64-61, 25.3 remaining. And it all comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen.
Alicia, you're out.
25.3 seconds remaining here for this first round matchup. A lot at stake for this one as it is now Lions basketball as they trail by just 3 points. And the question you have to ask yourself, are you going to go for a quick two, or are you going to have to force the three-point shot? Honestly, if I were head coach Ryan Esco, I would certainly take whatever's right in front of me. I would not settle for a three if I don't have to, but if you're going to go for a two, it's got to be a quick one. Here is Shank. Shank to number 21, Blumenthal. Blumenthal back to Shank. Shank to Blumenthal. Blumenthal, they've got nothing. Here's a three-point shot. It gets it to go, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. We have a timeout called by the Lions. And it is now a tie basketball game. 64-64. An insane three-point shot by number 21, Cyrus Blumenthal. And my goodness, we are going right down to the wire. Things are as close as it gets. This is one of the best games I've called in my young career. 64 all. There seems to be some sort of conversation with the official and our official scorekeeper, but
Where is the ball for? Where is the ball for? Where is the ball for?
But at the end of the day, Cyrus Blumenthal with a circus shot to keep his team alive. And they're going to look at the clock to see if the clock's going to stay at 4.4 remaining. They're going to put 2 more seconds on the clock, so 6.4 remaining here in this basketball game. My goodness, Cyrus Blumenthal, just a talented, talented individual. But fortunately, the Wildcats still have a chance to win this basketball game. Both teams with 5 personal fouls, so you can't risk reaching in or jumping into the opposition because you certainly do not want to give the opposing team 2 shots at the charity stripe. 6.4 remaining, 64-64. There's the pass, down to 4, down to 3. There's the shot. It doesn't get it to go. Full court heave, and that will be way off. And ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into a second overtime period between the 14th seeded Charles E. Smith Lions and the number 3 seeded Davis Randolph Staller Wildcats. We've got a basketball game, ladies and gentlemen. double overtime we go here at the Memphis Sports and Event Center as we're all knotted up at 64 apiece. And right now the three-seeded Wildcats certainly on upset alert as they're trying to do whatever it takes to somehow escape and advance into Tier 1 play. And boy, I know both of these teams certainly want to play in that Tier 1 bracket. 4-minute period here in double overtime. Here's the tip-off, and it will go in favor of the Wildcats. Here's Sadie, number 1, driving in, drawing contact. Fadeaway J, not going to go. Ball is loose, going out of bounds, and it will go in favor of the Lions.
Guys, ball to Yet.
Here is Shank, trotting the ball down the floor, conducting his offense. Certainly no need to be in a rush here. Here's Blumenthal. Blumenthal, very dangerous pass. Here's Shank for 3. Not gonna fall. Rebounded there by Spodek. Here's Sadie. Sadie to Bennett. Bennett, massive individual driving in for the layup. Not gonna fall, but draws the foul. Going to the line for 2. It's Bennett continuing to add to that massive score line, as at this point he's got to have 32 to 33 points. It helps his team reclaim the lead, 66 to 64. There is Shank looking for a good open man. Fisher. Shank. Blumenthal. Screen by Stillman. Blumenthal. Heavily contested. How in the world did he get that one to fall? All knotted up at 66. Here's Spodek. Bennett. Tremendous defense there by Stillman. No foul call. Ball's going out of bounds, and it's going in favor of the Lions. Things are absolutely electric here at the Memphis Sports and Event Center. 2:20 remaining. Neither team can gain any sort of an edge. We could be here all night. There's Stillman. They wanted a foul of some sort, not going to get it, but it will stay with the Lions. Shank throwing the ball inbounds. Just a dangerous pass there. There's Bennett. And he missed the wide open layup. Oh my goodness. An unfortunate turn of events for both organizations, as we have an easy missed layup on one end and then just a sloppy turnover here just right after. If you're Ryan Esco, you've got to be losing your mind, because you're given an easy opportunity for your opponent to miss the easy layup, and then you just turn the ball over. 68-66 Wildcats. 3, not gonna go. Rebounded by Mont. Another dangerous pass once again. There's Bennett. And could not get that one to fall either. He has over 30 points, but he can't hit a layup in the late going. Here's Blumenthal. Blumenthal driving. Wow. Tried to lay it in. Couldn't get it to go. This thing's getting physical. Here comes Bennett again, and gets the and one with a 1 minute, 1 second remaining. It's Bennett, an absolute beast out here on the hardwood. Boy, if the Wildcats can hold on and come away with a victory here, that young man is certainly going to be your player of the game. Yitz Bennett, senior forward, 6'2", 190-pounder. He's got 30-something points, ladies and gentlemen. Yitz Bennett here. One opportunity at the charity stripe, and it's a big one. And couldn't get it to go. Down to 1 minute remaining here in the second overtime period. Here is Shank. Lions have to have something. There's Fisher. Fisher to Stillman. Stillman back to Fisher. Fisher to Shank. Shank, three-point shot, not gonna fall, rebounded. And that's a big, big miss here for the Wildcats, down to 30 seconds. And there's gonna be an intentional foul against number 5, Dylan Shank. There'll be 2 opportunities to extend the lead even further for the Wildcats. That'll be Dylan Shank's 4th foul. Spodek. It's that one to fall. And can't get that one to go, but offensive rebound there by Bennett. Lions trying to foul intentionally, but they're just not gonna do it, and we've got some sort of stoppage. I believe the Wildcats called a timeout, which is honestly a great decision there by head coach Cohen, and 71-66 in favor of the Wildcats. And boy, if they're able to inbound this basketball, I certainly don't want to say that this game's over, but a couple of free throws and extending this lead into a 3-possession game, that'll pretty much put the Lions in a difficult position. But 22.9 remaining. Wildcats inbounding the basketball. Number 13, Areta Oppenheimer, going to inbound the ball. Bounce the ball in, and there will be once again another intentional foul with Spodek heading to the line for 2. Boy, the Lions' chances just dwindling here. Here's Spodek and hits the first shot to increase the lead to 6. And there is the next make. It is now a 7-point lead. The Lions just gonna have to throw something up out of desperation. Drives, throws it up, can't get it to go. And that'll do it here for this matchup as the Davis Renault-Staller Wildcats defeat the Charles E. Smith Jewish Day School Lions by a score of 73-66 in double overtime. And at the end of the day, Wildcats escape. You have to give a huge credit to the 14th-seeded Lions as they did whatever it took to stay alive. They just came up just a little bit short. So Wildcats advance into Tier 1 play. Meanwhile, the Lions fall to Tier 2 play. My name is Jake Brewer saying so long here at the Memphis Sports and Events Center, and we will see you here next time.